And good morning, welcome to Ponds Forge for day 2 of the Swim England Winter Championships, and we are starting with the 100 meters breaststroke for men. 14 heats of this. And to start with, we have Adam Fraser of Rushton, Callum Farrow of Black Lion, Daniel Jackson of Borough of Kirklees, Marco Roberts of Hackney, Alfie Maguire of Chestnut Street, and Jacob Stephen of Brentwood. All in the 15 and 16 age categories. Top of the picture, lane 6, Alfie Maguire having the best of the first 50. Just marginally ahead of Marco Roberts, and then Jacob Stephen in 3rd place. All entered in on 68.6 or 68.7 here, so as with many of these early heats, not really much to separate them out. Marco Roberts of Hackney having a very good second half of the race. Is it going to be him, or is it potentially going to be somebody else? But I think it is going to be Marco Roberts of Hackney. Looking to get inside that 108. He'd be well inside 108. Should be 107. He is a 107.56 for our first winner of the morning. Marco Roberts of Hackney, 16-year-old. Starts things off with a nice, comfortable win, and also a 1 second PB. On heat number 2, William Morris of Middlesbrough, Luke Clegg of Borough of Kirklees, Cameron Green of Ellesmere, Ben Newcombe of Gloucester, Thomas McDermott of Middlesbrough, Giovanni Poggio of Plymouth, Sam Martin Young of Sevenoaks, Philip Tubowitz of Ealing, Nevin Chew of Bromley, and Daniel Hollis of City of St Albans. That's your lineup. First 50 coming towards conclusion. And Nevin Chew of Bromley, top of the picture, looking very good at this stage. Might well be in the mix, but also down in 1 is Luke Clegg. Clegg ahead of Martin Young and Hollis. Chew looked to be going pretty well at the top 7, all separated by 0.85 a second. But Luke Clegg from Borough of Kirklees with a 68.59 best time. Well, all these swimmers, certainly the front end of the field, will probably go quicker than their entry times, and he's looking very good. Nice pull out from the turn as well. Nice streamlined breaststroke, everything happening well. Not catching the water at all, but working his way through it. Nice swim, very positive swim, very good time for Luke. Another 1 second PB for him. Just marginally slower than the previous heat from Marco Roberts, but still in the right direction. Second was Philip Tubowitz of Ealing, and third on the screen, just taken off before I get a chance to tell you who that was, but that's your top 2. Heat 3. Get all lanes covered. All lanes have arrived, so let's give you the running order for this one. Luke Rowley of Whalley Wasps, Camden Swiss with Lucas Bohm, Henry Crust of City of Lincoln, Joshua Sackery of City of Peterborough, Jack Gaunt of Soundwell, George Whittle of Deventio, Thomas Bergman of City of Sheffield, Chase swimmer is Oliver Caddick, Reese Dodd of Soundwell, so 2 from Soundwell in this one, and Watford have Luke Flynn in the outside lane, lane number 9. That's lane number 4 is where my eyes are being trained now. Jake Gaunt of Soundwell having a very good first 50. Best time for the 16-year-old is 67.89 short course. That's a nice lead, and he's looking very positive. Slightly different swimming style to what we saw from Luke Clegg in the previous one. A bit more head action going on there. But nonetheless, getting the job very well done. Over a body, well, it was over a body length, still around about a body length advantage over everybody else. And not going to get overhauled here. So this is going to be another positive and better swim than he's ever done before. Short course, indeed it is. In a 105 goes Jake Gaunt. Was in the 107s before. 105.95. George Whittle in 2nd place. 3rd place to Henry Crust. And all of them going inside their previous bests short course. So on to heat number 4 of the 100 breaststroke for men. There's your running order on screen. I'll give it to you verbally after they've entered the pool. Ross Murray of Mid-Sussex, James Abelcencia, beg your pardon, James, City of Birmingham, Harry Benzies of Bassetlaw, Mate Radu of Plymouth, Daniel Oakley of Winchester, Nathan Walford of Wickham, Can Tugason of Newbury, Jacob Davison of Chester Street, Matthew Charlesworth of Blackpool, and Caden Silla of Maidenhead. That's your lane order. And lane 0, as often happened yesterday morning, is right at the front of the field. Not quite at the very front. That would be Ross Murray, who's right there. But Radu, look at that. 0.44 separating the top 6 at this stage. This one is an incredibly competitive one. Nobody going out blitzing this one. Lane 3, Radu of Plymouth Leander. 67.25 to his name. And really attacking this one. Wants to get a nice sizable PB, and he's well on his way to doing that. 107 before today, 106 is today. 106.47 to be more precise for Mate Radu. Second is Harry Benzes. In fact, him and James Abelencia same time, 107.66 in second place, but a winner with a 106. Number 5. Blaine Stanbrook of City of Bristol, Philip Novaki of Tigers Jersey, Alexander Williams of Hillingdon, Thomas Wilkinson Sheffield, Leigh Ito of Hackney, Tommaso Martini of Portsmouth, William Dean of Maidenhead, Tyler Tomes of Chelmsford, Isaac Zawada of Teddington. Welcome to the Teddington crew watching in this morning, and James Annable of Kettering. It's your 10 for this one. And top of the screen, Isaac Zawada is looking all right. Looking slightly better at the 50 was William Dean of Maidenhead, but there's only 9 100s between them. And second half will separate a few out here, I think. One on the far side was 3 of them going to the wall pretty much together. William Dean, Tommaso Martini, and Isaac Zawada all went into the wall together. Now the centre lanes are showing here. Basically 4, 5, and 6. Here's Ito, Martini, and Dean. Might well be Ito who gets it. He does. 105.47. So Ito goes from a 106.3 to a 105.4. Very tight in the end. It was only 5 100s between him and Martini. And William Dean in third place, but into the 105s he goes. All right, ready for heat number 6 of the 100 backstroke, sorry, beg your pardon, 100 breaststroke for men. Sebastian Pickering of Bromley, Abingdon Vales, Samuel Cruttenden, Peter Yu of Millfield, Bishop Stortford have William Godsell in there, Sevenoaks have Matt Burrows, Isaac Hall of Ellesmere College, Newcastle with Buddy Diggs, Michael Edwards of New Mid-Sussex, Aaron Erkers of Mount Kelly in 8, and Adam Wong of Chelsea and Westminster. Just checking through, make sure we don't have any absentees. No, they're all there. All 10 ready to race. And all grouped in that 105.6 category, 105.7. Just a couple on the 106s, but there's very little to choose between any of the 10 here, as is often the case with the early heats. Well, both sides of the pool are pretty even on that split. Not really broken out yet. Potentially for maybe lane 6, Buddy Deeks of Newcastle coming through. Potentially touch a halfway. Well, Urker's just got there before him by 9/100ths, but again, nothing to choose between the top 2, or indeed pretty much the top 4 or 5. We're coming back to scrap in the middle of the pool, or actually both sides of the pool. Centered lane's not doing as well, but also a great turn by Aaron Urkers of Mount Kelly to get himself right to the front of the field. It looks like Urkers is the man, or potentially, if there's a battle to be had, it's with Matt Burrows of Sevenoaks. And Matt Burrows may take this. It's tight. Oh, actually, Aaron Urkers got there before him. Look at that. Hardly any time between first and third. Michael Edwards getting in between them for second place. 104.8 for our winner. So that's another sizable improvement. About 1.3 improvement for Aaron Urkers. That was a blanket finish, and 3 of them all going to the wall pretty much the same time. Our winner coming from Mount Kelly, who had a very good day yesterday. Excellent day for Mount Kelly. Very good results. One of their best days at this event, I'm led to believe. Right, heat number 7. And it's Oscar Miles of Thanet Swim. Joe Stratton of Royal Wolverhampton. Thanet Swim have 2 in this. Where's your 50-metre pool, Kent? Come on, hurry up and get one. Connor Wright is in lane 2. Hannah Stewart of West Dorset in 3. Did I say Hannah? Harry Stewart. Sorry, beg your pardon. Aidan Fothergill of York City. Callum Wimble of Guildford City. Harvey Hall of Devon. I had to look that one up. It's an Ipswich club. Morning to those watching on from Ipswich and from Devon in particular. Tyndale of Christian Ryan. Farron Gregory of Taunton Dean. And Henry King of West Suffolk. That gives you all the names. Who's doing what at the moment? Well, it is Harry Stewart right at the front of the field and looking pretty good at it as well. On the turn with just a little ways to go yet, but maybe it's not all going to be about him. Potentially it could be about the swimmer in lane number 3, coming through quite strongly. Harry Stewart might just take this, and Harry Stewart does take it in a 1:05.27. Well, actually that is slightly outside his entry time. The first of our winners this morning is actually not improved on their entry time. 1:05.23. Entry time 1:05.27 is the time it stops the clock at. Second is Callum Wimble. And third is Joe Stratton. Yeah, if you'd like your club to get a mention this morning on the heats, when we have a bit more time to do such things, just tweet me at Bob Ballard Sport. Always good to hear. Say for the smaller clubs, we mentioned Debon there from Ipswich. A few smaller clubs, I use that word in a nicer sense, also compared to the centres and the big clubs like the Sheffields, Leeds, Newcastles, etc. But a good example in this one probably would be the small club that Tony runs at Beckenham. Produced some very good swimmers along the way. Bath University involved in this as well. Bromley have a swimmer, so let's go through them. Joseph Caldwell of Bath University, Alexander Corver of Bromley, Drew McGregor of Mount Kelly, Plymouth Leander have Elijah Kendrick, Kenji McDade of Maxwell, Enfield have Sam Cornish, onto the Enfield crew, Benjamin Green of Watford, Callum Wolfenden of Beckenham, Martin Smith of Borough of Kirklees, and Joseph Buxton of Reading. Well, they're nearly at the 75-metre stage now. First to get there will be Elijah Kendrick of Plymouth Leander. But then 3 come off the wall pretty much together. But Kendrick just had the march over the others, but watch out for that red cap up in 6 for Benjamin Green of Watford coming through strongly. I think it's still going to be 3. I think I'd go with Elijah Kendrick for our winner, but I'd be wrong. Because top of the picture is where the winner comes from Reading. Joseph Buxton getting that touch with a 103.36. With 10 lanes, often you can miss out on the outside lanes, the zeros and the nines. But that was Joseph Buxton getting his hand on the wall just before Kendrick by about a quarter of a second. 103.36 means he's moved down from 104.9 to 103.3. So good morning performance by Joseph Buxton. Good morning performance by Elijah Kendrick too. To come down to 104.1 and 104.5. Wait for the results to be confirmed. No DQs, everybody's fine on that. So fastest so far is that heat from Joseph Buxton, 103. We are only about halfway through, just over halfway through these heats. Heat number 9. Right, here comes your list. Wyatt Walsh of Millfield, William Loverman of City of St Albans, Tony Ransom of City of Manchester Aquatics, Oscar Bilbao, we saw him win an event yesterday from Hamilton Aquatics of Dubai, Ronnie Hallett of Mount Kelly, Sam Smith of Northampton, David Miller of Bath University, Cameron White, Guildford, Freddie Laws of West Norfolk, and Shem Fair of Bath University. So the first half just about completed. Lane 4, Ronnie Hallett, Mount Kelly, leading them at the halfway stage. Second is Cameron White. Shem Fair in lane number 9. The next in line at 50. But coming back strongly is Oscar Bilbao in the second half of the race from Hamilton Aquatics in Dubai. And he might well be coming to the front of the field here. On that angle, we can't really tell. When we go to the sideways on shot, we should be able to see the Hamilton Aquatics man just storming through to win this in lane number 3. And that's what he does in a 102. 102.79, which is, again, a sizable chunk taken out of his PB from where it was. 104.19 to 102.79 for the 15-year-old from Hamilton Aquatics. So Nikolai Kutiransky goes in 0. 1 is Oliver Kettle of Portsmouth. That's a Reading swimmer in 0, by the way. Bath University with Tom Bigley. Alexander Casey of City of Leicester. Pravin Mandakumar of Bromley. Max Was of Cossacks. Rowan Smith of Skipton. Dominic McCarthy of Totterston. And David Trickett of Bristol. Ryan Griffiths of City of Sheffield. That's your lineup. Lanes 8 and 1 go to the wall in very quick succession. So it was David Trickett, then Oliver Kettle. And these two are kind of almost branching out by themselves at the front. Well, they were, but now it's definitely Oliver Kettle from Portsmouth, 17-year-old. Be looking to get into the 103s, preferably the 102s. Actually, the way he's swimming, I think there's definitely a 62, potentially a 61 here for you know. Could well be a 61. He cracks on here, and he does, 61.18 for Oliver Kettle. Looked to be very positive, looked to be the class act in the field, and he turned out to be just that with a 61.18, almost a 3-second PB short course. Indra Kumar in second, and Bigley coming in third. So Oliver Kettle getting very close to that 1 minute barrier now. Fastest of the morning so far. And we welcome the Orion Club to proceedings this morning. First time we've mentioned them on day 2. Also, our speed merchant from East Leeds. Always love watching Richard Eyre swim because he never holds back. It's always 100% full-on effort. So that's the 50, very quick on the 50. This is slightly longer territory for him. Thomas Hamilton of Birmingham, Ben Dinsdale of Winchester, Carnell Nunes-Smith of Orion, Luke Ibbison of Loughborough, Richard Eyre mentioned from East Leeds, Ellesmere College have George Smith, Lewis Shaler of Watford, Mackenzie Cannon of Mid-Sussex, Benjamin Barnaby Howarth Osborne of City of Sheffield, Olivier Verdren of City of Norwich. That's your full lineup. Lane number 4, Richard Eyre of East Leeds, as expected, is going for broke. The East Leeds boys really love to race, and they love to take on the field as best they can. At the moment, he's going to be taking on Mackenzie Cannon, who's looking pretty good at the top, but still our leader is Richard Eyre from East Leeds with 25 to go. They're coming back though in a bit of a bunch now, and he may not win this. It's going to be very tight though, very tight. Luke Ibbison's coming back strongly, Richard Eyre's coming back strongly, but it is going to be lane 3. Luke Ibbison to get the touch, 1:02.35. Half a second PB for him. Richard Eyre in 3rd place in the end, and it was Howarth Osborne at the top in 2nd place. Now, what a day Lawrence Palmer had yesterday for Puttridge. And he's back again in lane number 4. Alongside Ralph Dobson of City of Milton Keynes, Yaron Gerber of Ealing, Jack Blair of Chesterfield, Rodri Williams of Liverpool, Adam Chillingworth of Plymouth, Cameron Williams of Dartmoor, Olivia Taverner of Loughborough, Liam Davis of Plymouth, and Joseph Sin of Mount Kelly. That's your heat number 12 lineup. And look at the speed merchant that is Lawrence Palmer. Yeah, the 29-year-old, oldest in the field, but age is absolutely no barrier, as he showed yesterday, and he is going for broke on this. This is really good to see from a heat swim. Not hanging around at all. Here's Lawrence Palmer. 58.64 is his best time. Now, can he get close to that? Could he get down to a low 58? That would be exceptional if he could. You know what? He's not going to be too far outside it. Oh, it's just going to be a little bit outside it, unfortunately. It's going to be a 59.15, but still breaking the minute barrier. Looking incredibly strong in the process, beating his nearest challenger by 0.8 of a second. So all present and correct for heat number 13. Richard Farthing of Loughborough, Adam Metcalf of Loughborough University, Jacob Arman of Mount Kelly, Charlie Joe Hallett of Plymouth Leander, Gregory Butler of the National Centre at Loughborough, the university side for David Bloomfield, Harvey Freeman, Northampton, Matthew Rogers of Bromley, Callum Melville of Nova Centurion, and Aniran Davis of Swansea, which we do not have anybody in lane number 1, so there's a scratch there, but everybody else in place. And good pull out, good long glide underwater there for swimmer in lane number 6, who is Harvey Freeman. He's looking pretty good. Harvey Freeman may well be, or actually it might be David Bloomfield who's going to come through for this one. David Bloomfield in 5, will take it. Doesn't break the minute barrier, has done before, but not today. So still that time for Lawrence Palmer is the fastest, 1:00.73. So, 2 more who've gone sub 1 minute here. David Murphy, Archie Goodburn have both done it. Full list to come. Elliot Woodburn of Millfield, William Ellington, University of Stirling, Samuel Neild of Surrey University, Dominic Poling, who was second yesterday for Brighton team, David Murphy, Loughborough, and Archie Goodburn of Loughborough, Swansea, George Hopkins, William Mitchell of Loughborough, Sam van der Stroom of Mount Kelly, and Joshua Pemberton of Davencio. David Murphy has got a 58-second entry time. He is leading, I'd say his teammate, they actually swim for the different parts of Loughborough, one for the National Centre, one for the university, but it's the one who swims for the National Centre who leads. Murphy, good technique, lovely use of the underwater there to take him well clear of everybody else, and this one we can call from a long way out. No danger of him being beaten, David Murphy that is. 58.42. Save the maybe the quicker stuff for later on. He'll go in as the #1 seed for the final with that time. Dominic Poling with a 59.76. First time he's been under the minute barrier short course, I think. No, he is 24, so maybe he's done it before, but so in terms of his entry time, he hasn't. Archie Goodburn inched into third with the 1:00.21. So on to the 200 IM for men. All these, of course, are men's events in this pool. There are 11 heats of it. Harry Hewitt of Millfield, Thomas Maskell of Derwentide, Lawrence Elliott of Seagulls, Toby Godsill, the 14-year-old from Bishop Stortford, Gideon Helinsky of Plymouth, Thurakav Nikita Charakin in 5. 6 is Davy Unwin, Stockport Metro. 7, Raheel Mahmood of Romford Town, who's also 14. And Connor Thorpe, the City of Sheffield. Now, I always find IMs fascinating. There's nobody has 4 even strength strokes. So everybody has a stroke that they're a bit more adept with, and 2. And we'll see how this one shapes up. At the moment it's shaping up on the butterfly very nicely for Thomas Maskell of Derwentide, leading Charakin by 8/100ths, Unwin only 2/10ths behind. But as we say, everybody has either 1 or 2 strokes that benefit them a bit more. Breaststroke is the one that generally, in my estimation, sorts them out, and we'll find out whether that's the case in this one. But Thomas Maskell, led on the butterfly, will lead on the backstroke as well for Derwentide. Morning to the Derwentide team, or I know we'll be watching with interest and cheering Tom on as we speak. 15 years of age and looking very good. Now, I'd say the first half of the race certainly belonged to him, but the breaststroke sometimes can change the pattern. And, potentially it might here with Nikita Charakin of Thurrock coming through in lane number 5. That's where the threat and the danger is for Tom Maskell at the moment. But those two are pretty much clear as they go on to front crawl. I think, I was about to say just Maskell, but it's not now. I think Charakin's just taken over. He has by 0.72. So the first half of the race definitely belonging to the Derwentide swimmer. It looks like the second half might belong to the swimmer from Thurrock. 2 15-year-olds slunging it out here in the 200 IM. And looks like Nikita might get the better of Tom on this one. 2:12.90 is Charakin's best time. And how are those trying to get back on top? Oh, I don't know. It's very tight. Very tight. Charakin just holding on. There was only half a second between them in the end. 2:09.22 for our winner. So that's a sizable improvement from a 2:12. And as for Tom Maskell, 2:09.77 from a 2:13.5. So a 4-second improvement on his entry time for Thomas Maskell in lane 1. to Heat 2. Christian Dutoft of Leatherhead, Oscar Dodds of Ellesmere College. Mount Kelly have Dylan Reeve, a 13-year-old from Camden, Swiss. Llewellyn Porter, talking to the Camden Swiss coach. Very, very impressed with the crop of youngsters she's got coming through at the moment. Dominic Morgan of Leatherhead, Jake Gaunt of Soundwell, James Renshaw of Lancing, George Chapman of Plymouth, Oliver Caddick of Chase, and Team Bath have Oliver Saunders. It's lane 2, Dylan Reeve, who will lead at the 50 stage, so the butterfly is done, the backstroke is coming. Morgan, Saunders, Caddick in 2, 3 and 4. As we saw from the first race, we'll probably see replicated right through the 200 IM. Strokes will change the order quite a lot, potentially anyway. It's lane 4 at the moment. Dominic Morgan led the head with the blue cap alongside Oscar Dodds. And it's just Morgan from Dodds by half a second. Now the breaststroke. How strong is Dominic Morgan's breaststroke compared to everybody else's? So difficult to get all 4 strokes aligned. This is the one kind of you want to get right. Let's relate that Michael Phelps always said that his breaststroke was probably his weakest. He had to work so much harder on that than anything else. Butterfly came naturally, front crawl came naturally, backstroke was not difficult, but breaststroke was always his Achilles heel. He had to work so hard to become the multiple Olympic medalist and multiple world champion he became. Renshaw then, with 50 to go, has moved into the lead from Lancing College. Race is not done yet, but he's got a good advantage. That breaststroke worked fantastically well for James Renshaw. It's taken right to the front of the field, and it's going to take some catching now over the last 25, and I don't see anybody doing it. 2:11.72 is his previous best time, and whilst they're closing in on him, ooh, it's going to, well, I was about to say tight, no, not tight at all really. 2:10.59 for our winner in the end. Second is Llewellyn Porter, so the youngster we mentioned from Camden, Swiss, goes down from a 2-0. It's not a massive improvement, it's an improvement nonetheless. 2:11.7 it was, 2:11 dead for Llewellyn Porter and Dominic Morgan in 3rd place. Heat number 3. And all present and correct. I'll give you the lane order. You can see it on your screen, but so we can give everybody a mention. David Allen of the Sevenoaks, City of Sheffield, Thomas Wilkinson, William Godsell of Bishop Stortford, Simon Robson of York City, Arthur Logan Mid-Sussex, Guernsey's Samuel Lowe, Mark Milburn of Colchester, 14-year-old Philip Novacki. Back again for more from Tigers Jersey, Luke Clegg of Kirklees and Thomas Bergman of City of Sheffield. That is your lane order. And lane 4, Arthur Logan Mid-Sussex has the lead after the butterfly leg. Only a slender lead though over David Allen by 9/100ths of a second. Godsell in 3rd, and then it is Luke Clegg in 4th. We're already making great strides as David Allen from Sevenoaks. As the Sevenoaks team retweeted one of my tweets this morning, so morning to the Sevenoaks team. We're watching their charge, Mr. Allen, right in the thick of the action here. And just behind at the moment Arthur Logan and Mid-Sussex, but again the lead is not substantial. And the breaststroke is up next. Whose breaststroke is going to take them potentially to the front of the field. Certainly Mark Milburn of Colchester is having a particularly good breaststroke here. Might have brought himself right to the front of the field. Good turn The yellow cap is very prominent. I think he probably is at the front. This angle doesn't give you all the story, but looking down at the pool live, it does look like he's going to be going into the wall for the last 50 with an advantage, quite a sizable advantage too, 1.42 for the 16-year-old from Colchester. We're going to go sub 210 short course for the very first time. It's certainly on here. But is he potentially going to get caught by Simon Robson of York City? Simon Robson, we know, has got a very good freestyle, and Simon Robson is coming flying through here. Simon Robson really wants to win this, and Simon Robson's going to win it in lane number 3. Great finish from Simon Robson, who previously had a 210 against his name, 209.4 it is today. Really sprightly last 25 from him to bring himself right to the front of the field. And second place is Arthur Logan. Third place is Mark Milburn. They have different times there, but I think that's your 1, 2, 3. It will be tidied up in a moment, but Arthur Logan was second, Mark Milburn third, William Godsell in fourth place. So we're underway for heat number 4 of the 200 IM for men. Joshua Vance in Northampton, Guildford's Callum Wimble, Robbie Hemmings of Poole, James Bartley of Mount Kelly, Toby Mayfield of York City, Arthur Llewellyn in lane 5. We don't have a lane 7. Alfie Scott's pulled out of this one. So Ben Penhurley of Taunton Dean and Luke Poulton of Wickham District. Those are the swimmers who've just completed the butterfly leg of the 200 IM. The first to get to the wall was Nathan Holmes of Preston by 0.26 a second, but now they're all coming back in the line from the breaststroke. And there's lane number 2, Robbie Hemmings, who's having the better of the backstroke before they go to the breaststroke. Backstroke's looking very good for Robbie Hemmings, 17-year-old from Poole, which is Jacob Peters' original club. This is a butterfly swimmer, not. Oh, it does do IM, has done IM, but look at IMers here, and there's Robbie Hemmings from Poole, who is really starting to dominate this race. The backstroke worked very well, the breaststroke is working equally well, and he's opening up a little bit of an advantage. Looking at the far side of the pool for where the threat may be coming from, could be Nathan Holmes of Preston, that red cap. He's still got a bit of work to do, and I think you'll see when we get to this sideways on camera, that's quite a big advantage going into the freestyle leg for our leader, Robbie Hemmings. 209.6 is his best time. 209.6 will be a thing of the past after this. It's going to be well inside 209.6. Won't have to worry about that. You can get down to 207 here. It's not out of reach. I reckon 207 is definitely within reach, maybe even slightly better. 207 is what he should be aiming at. I think it's been well inside 207. 205 perhaps. 205.99. 205.99 for our winner. That's a good, sizable incision into his personal best. Under 205.9. Nathan Holmes at the top was always in contention. 208.33. James Bartley in third. So that's our fastest swim of the morning by quite some way, actually. 205.99 for Robbie Hemmings. Heat number 5 of the 200 IM for men. I keep saying for men, but of course all the races are for men here. A little bit of a flyer by Caden Wellesby, or was Benjamin Twynham a bit slow? I'm trying to work out on that one, but anyway, Caden Wellesby did go off like a rocket in 0. Ben Twynham of City of Derby is in 1. Joe Stratton Royal Wolverhampton in 2. Connor Cherrington of Millfield in 3. 4 is Anthony Whittle of Dubai, Hamilton Aquatics team. In 5 it is Jonathan Turk of Mount Kelly, Oscar Barlow, Taunton Dean, Martin Smith of Borough Kirklees, Sam Smith all these swimmers back again. Some have already swum today. In lane 8 and 9 is Aslak Varela. So on to the backstroke leg already, and Caden Wellesby did have a very good start for Stockport Metro. He's still leading this race, though he's now being joined 3 lanes up by Anthony Whittle of Millfield, who's just going to, sorry, Charrington's going to take over. I beg your pardon, Colin Charrington is from Millfield, who takes over front of the field from Caden Wellesby. 0.63 separating those two, and Oscar Barlow in 3rd place. But Millfield team having a good first day or so. And here's another example of it. Colin Charrington swam well, lost PBs yesterday. 2:08.58 is his best time, and he is dominating this, absolutely dominating this race. About 2 body lengths up on everybody at the moment, and in terms of the clock, is 2.39 ahead. And I don't think the best runner in the world, anybody's going to get close to him, however good their freestyle might be, or however good their front crawl might be. I think our winner is fairly obvious at this stage. One of the younger swimmers in the field, a lot of 16 and 17-year-olds. He's 15, is Connor. 2:08.58. Oh, forget 2:08. 2:04, 2:05, that kind of area. Yeah, 2:05.31 for our winner. 2:05.31. That's exactly what your coach wants to see you do, Connor. Take it all the way down. Give yourself a chance of making at least a junior final later today with that. Now on to heat number 6. That's your swimmers in lane order. Go through them for you in just a moment. So Morris Baumgartner and Mount Kelly in 0. Ennis Cleworth of City of Liverpool with his teammate Van den Bosch next to him in lane 2. Rhys Grady of Stockport Metro. Cameron Rapson of City of Birmingham. Sutton Cheams, Joseph Barley, more into the Sutton Cheam crew. Ruben Alexander of City of Milton Keynes. Oliver Pope of Thanet Swim. Sonny Chamberlain Hyde of Seagulls, and then Rico Bringaman of South Lincolnshire. That gives me time to get to the 50. The 50 has been better done by Cleworth. Only just, though. It's only 1/100th between Ennis Cleworth and the rest. This is a very, very congested, concertinaed swim so far from this heat. Down in lane 1. Keep an eye on Ennis Cleworth, the 70-year-old from City of Liverpool, who's looking very strong on the backstroke. 2 red caps, the other one worn by Joseph Bartley of Sutton Cheam, who just takes over on that turn by 0.3 of a second. But on the breaststroke, sometimes that angle can be a little bit deceptive. What can I do when they go into the wall? Yep, it definitely is lane 1. Ennis Cleworth. So it's the 17-year-old against the other 17-year-old at the front of the field, but it's all changing. Lane order and race order is changing quite a bit here. There's Cleworth with 50 to go. That's the breaststroke completed. Van den Bosch moved into 2nd place now. So they're side by side. They get an eye on each other. Bosch, it looks like he's ready to mount the challenge over the last 25. Let's see where he is off the turn. They're pretty much level off the turn, but still Ennis Cleworth's got enough. The 2 Liverpool swimmers, like a club swim. Oh, they're going to go into the wall exactly the same time, more or less. Bosch gets there by 0.28. Now into the 2:05s he goes. 2:05.25 for our winner. 2:05.53 for Ennis Cleworth, and 3rd was Rhys Grady. Heat number 7 of the 200 IM, with Joseph Buxton in 0, Oscar Bilbao of Hamilton Aquatics Dubai in 1, Callum Wollaston, Swansea 2, Jan Poulton of Wickham 3, Charlie Broom of City of Leeds in 4, Donatus Dragasius of Mount Kelly in 5, Finley Buaji of Deventio in 6, Richard Farthing Loughborough in 7, David Miller, Bath University in 8, and one of the two 15-year-olds in the field, Edward Whittles of Chelsea and Westminster. And at the 50 split, the first of them, it is Charlie Broom, City of Leeds. That's the butterfly swimmers in the IM so far. On to his back he goes to see whether the backstroke is equally as proficient. Well, at the moment he's holding off everybody else, so it looks like it might well be. But coming right on to his shoulder, he is Jan Poulton of Wickham District. Halfway done. Poulton, Wollaston, Broom, Dragasius, top 4. Now, the breaststroke. Kind of where I think the race really starts, to be honest. And look, you see how it's all changing? I always say the breaststroke is the thing that sorts them out, and it's starting again to sort them out. Lane 5, Natus Dragasius on Mount Kelly. Obviously, that's a really good one. Top of the picture, also David Miller of Bath University on his breaststroke is coming through very strongly. And nearest to us, Joseph Buxton of Reading. All three of them have very strong breaststrokes, and it's Buxton who goes to the front of the field for Reading by 0.56. That order has changed around completely. Just shows you how important, I think, more than the other three strokes, not quite put together, but the breaststroke really does sort them out in a big way, and it's done it again here. On to the front crawl, and Joseph Buxton did so much good work on his breaststroke. The front crawl will take him to victory in lane 0 in a 2:04.17. So what was it, 2:07.24 is no longer. And just shows you, I always find IM's amazing in that respect. You see how it changes. If you stop the race halfway through and said who wins it, you go for one of the people at the front. But a lot of people at the front after the backstroke were not in the mix when it came to the end of the race. I think proportionately the breaststroke just really does sort them out. David Miller getting second at the top of the page, by the way. Third to Donatus Dragasius. We haven't had that confirmed yet, have we? No, we haven't. It's not revolved. The board's not revolved yet, so I wonder whether they're just having a look at something. Because that is not a confirmed result as yet. Still waiting, still analysing something. The longer it goes on, the more you think there's a likelihood somebody's going to get DQ'd here. So the result is still on the board. And the board is not revolved, so it's might be about to get a bit of a shock when the name's taken off the list. They are examining something. So it might be a timing device problem, but I think they are analysing something about that race. So are we going to see somebody go? We are. And it is Oscar Bilbao who goes. DQ'd Oscar Bilbao. Right, on to heat 8 of 11. Heat 8 of 11, Matthew Ward, Mount Kelly, Solomon Williams of Millfield, another Mount Kelly swimmer in 2, Sam Williamson. Matthew Woodall of City of Sheffield in lane 3, Lewis Maxwell, Bath University. Barnaby Howarth Osborne's having a busy day already, back for another outing here. In lane 5, Jacob Wibley of Plymouth, also doing multiple events today. He's in 6, Miles Turner, West Suffolk. Theo Clark, City of Sheffield, Olivier Vedren of City of Norfolk. City of Norwich, I should say. Norfolk is a county, not a city, Bob. You should know that. So lane 4 is Lewis Maxwell, having the best of the butterfly section of the 200 IM, and getting onto his back as quickly as he can and trying to build on that lead in the second part of this race. And that's exactly what he is doing, trying to open up a huge advantage to hope the breaststroke will take him through. Well, he's got a couple of body lengths advantage at this stage. The nearest challengers are spread across the pool. Down in 0, it's Matthew Ward of Mount Kelly. Our leader has a sizable advantage at halfway, 1.53 over the rest of the field. Now, if his breaststrokes of equal quality, he'll hold on to that. I'm thinking that there's some very strong breaststrokers in here, might just be able to eat their way into that lead a little bit. Top of the picture, Theo Clark of City of Sheffield, starting to make a bit of a move, but still a big gap, which is going to take some closing here. I don't think they're going to catch him because 3 pretty even strength strokes. It's not the most aesthetic breaststroke you'll ever see, but it's getting the job done. It's not long, it's not quite out of the textbook, but it's fine for the IM as far as he's concerned, because he's building up a big lead here, 2.94, and they are not going to catch him. He's gone with the wind. Man from Bath University, the scraps on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but our leader will be looking to go well inside 2:05. Now, he's got a chance of getting in and around 2 minutes here. 2:01, 2:02 potentially for our winner. 2:01.59 it is for Lewis Maxwell, which again takes him down into brand new territory by quite some way. Look at the gap between 1 and 2. There was, in the end, 3 whole seconds between our winner and 2nd place. That's how dominant Lewis Maxwell was in that race. Heat number 9 with 3 more to go of the 200 IM. And everybody there, so I can name them for you. White Walsh of Millfield, Ben Cope of City of Sheffield, Luke Ibbison of Loughborough University, Dominic Poling back again from Brighton. A good swim earlier, and he's got 2nd place yesterday. William Riley of Bath University, John Britton of Ealing, Mount Kelly have Jacob Arman, Harvey Freeman, Northampton, Daniel Morley of Derwentside, and Elijah Kendrick of Plymouth Meander. A lot of these swimmers having their 2nd swim of the day. So let's see how the 200 IM shapes up for them. Lane 6, Jacob Arman, Mount Kelly, with a 0.47 lead at the 50 stage, but there's a whole phalanx of swimmers just behind, including up there in lane number 3, Dominic Poling of Brighton. But this race at the moment has all kinds of potential changes when it gets to the breaststroke leg. Through is William Riley of Bath University. Not quite to take the lead. Arman still holds on by 0.64. Then Britton and Poling, but here's the breaststroke leg to see how we can shake things up potentially here. With Jacob Arman holding on reasonably well too. And there's 3 in the line all alongside him. John Britton, you've got William Riley, you've got Dominic Poling, all threatening to make a challenge, but that challenge is not quite coming off the back of the breaststroke, so our leader still has a decent lead of 1.5 seconds, which is going to be hard to reel in. Dominic Poling's moving into 2nd place. Don't see our leader being overhauled here with just 25 to go. I think it's pretty much in the bag for him. 2nd place though. Decent scrap going on behind Dominic Poling and John Britton at this stage. But our winner is definitely coming from Jacob Arman and Mount Kelly. Oh, first sub-2 as well. First sub-2 of the morning. And that's is the first time he's been in that territory. 1:59.89. There were two other swimmers in there who'd been sub 2 minutes, but they didn't manage it this morning. He did, though. Whilst there's a bit of a gap in proceedings. Good morning to the Team Bath crew. Give them a special mention. Kate Sharman says, can you say good luck to all the Team Bath AS swimmers competing today? Enjoy the heats. I'm sure they will be, and there's a lot of good PBs happening. Thank you, Kate, and thanks to everybody who's been in touch the last day or so about the coverage. We'll try and give some of the clubs who don't get much of a mention sometimes a bit more of a mention over the course of the remaining 2 days. This one is quite a battle. 7? Yeah, just. Almost quite pick a number, really. That was Joshua Press of City of Milton Keynes. Jacob Greenhouse in this, because we're into the 60 seeded ones now, so these are the faster swimmers. Now we're seeing the two centre lanes dominate here, with Jacob Greenhouse and Robbie Jones side by side on the backstroke, 4 and 5. Greenhouse, Bath University. These two have been under the 2-minute barrier. Greenhouse well on his way to doing it again. Obviously, he won't want to bust a gut, but he just want to make that final and make sure he makes a place in that final. Robbie Jones, 28-year-old from Loughborough University, 20-year-old Loughborough University, alongside the Bath swimmer. And still very little to separate them. Battle going on behind, seeing who's going to maybe edge the way into 3rd place, but 1 and 2 is where the battle is really joined at the moment. Greenhouse from Jones, still about the same distance between them, 0.81 between Greenhouse and Jones. Drabwell's a little way back, but it's a question of who's going to win out of lane 4 and lane 5 now, both in the 1:58, 1:59 territory in terms of their entry time. Greenhouse turning about a body length ahead of Robbie Jones. Now, it would be nice to see both of them go under the 2 minutes, which they should be doing fairly comfortably here. A bit to spare, hopefully. Oh, I don't know, it's tighter than I thought that was going to. In fact, they're not. They've literally just edged over into the 2 minutes for Jacob Greenhouse, so still not the quickest of the morning. 2:00.19 for our winner, and Robbie Jones 2:00.78. There will be a lot of interest in what Jay Manners does for Derwentide in lane 8. As there will be obviously the other clubs involved in this. Adam Wilson from City of Sheffield, Matthew Rogers from Bromley, Nathan Wells from West Norfolk. Then we have 3 Loughborough Uni swimmers in a row. Ben Harrison, James McFadden, Jacob Goodman. And then from lane 7 onwards, it's Alexander Casey of City of Leicester. We have 2 Derwentide swimmers, by the way. Oliver O'Halloran's in this one too in 6, and Isaac Dodds of Ellesmere College goes in lane number 9. We actually are missing one. Who are we missing? Lane 5 is not with us, so no Jacob Goodman for this one. Everybody else, though, involved. James McFadden, 0.61 ahead at the end of the butterfly. And onto his back he goes, and very strong. He's got a good all-round game as James McFadden. No obvious weakness. So he always gets very much exposed in IM if there's something that's very much below par, but everything's looking pretty symmetrical for James McFadden. 22-year-old from Loughborough, has done a 1:55 before, 1:55.4 is actually his entry time. So in theory, should be about 3 seconds quicker than everybody else in the field. He's about 1.38 clear of Nathan Wells. Now there's, of this field, 8 who've not gone under 2 minutes before. So they'll be hoping that today is the day they can break through that barrier. They're not going to break James McFadden, however, because I think even at this stage, with just over 50 to go, I think we can call this as McFadden. You never know, but it's not looking likely that anybody's going to catch him at this stage. Ben Harrison of Loughborough University is the closest challenger to him, and he's quite a way back. Oliver O'Halloran is in on 2:02, so he'll be hoping that he can get in that kind of range to under 2 minutes. As much doubt we're going to see McFadden run on course for 2 minutes. He is being closed down. I think he's easing off, though. I've got to be honest, I think he's easing off. He is definitely easing off. And Ben Harrison will be alongside him. That was one of the slowest 25s I'm sure James McFadden's ever done. He basically just turned the afterburners off and went, okay, I'm just going to ease my way into the wall now. And he did, and nearly got caught by Ben Harrison. But didn't have to hold off. Nobody there breaking 2 minutes. So I think we only had one swimmer. We did, didn't we? We only had Jacob Arman actually breaking the 2 minute barrier. Right, before this session concludes, we have one more event, which is the men's 50 meters backstroke. So 50 meters backstroke, first of the heats. We'll have 18. Is that correct? Just checking through. Now we have 30. There we go. It's all right. That's an awful lot. We'll see the first one out, which is the one containing Finley Ellis of Nottingham Neander. Jesku Spires of Godalming and William Ellard of St Felix School, all 28 seconders. So their entry time, but it looks like the Godalming swimmer in lane 4 is going to go well inside 28, and 27.21 is what he gets. Nevin Chu, Bromley, Adriano Satoni Prado of Millfield, Kieran Burkitt of City of St Albans, Ethan Martin Thurrock, Nathaniel Mapley of City of St Albans, Charlie Summer of Dereham, according to the Dereham crew, Daniel Dixon of Basildon Phoenix, Charlie Maker Poole, Alan Fraser of Rushden, and Owen Edwards of Mount Kelly. A lot of swimmers in here. All doing personal best, it seems. All in the 27 high, 28 low region here. There is nothing to choose between. In fact, there's 8 100ths to choose between all swimmers in this one from their entry times. So, in theory, the winner could come from pretty much anywhere. We actually have a vacant lane. Which is, oh, we don't. Sorry. Again, the dive was so good. It does catch me out when that happens sometimes on short course. Dive was so good up in lane 5 that Charlie Summer caught me out there. Well done, Charlie. Caught the commentator out again, and he's not going to win it though. It's going to be Owen Edwards at the top of the picture with 27.55. So got a few there under 28. Right up to 8th place under 28. So many of those will have done personal bests. Try not to catch me out this time. Matthew Baker, West Suffolk. Gideon Holinsky of Plymouth. Wigan best team, Matthew Tinkler. Logan Winter of Portsmouth. Wickham and District, Luke Poulton. Ben Shorthouse of Hailsham. Hello to the Hailsham crew, because I don't think we mentioned Hailsham on day one. Make sure we do today. Rio Diodu of Cleethorpes. Kettering's James Annalby, I think. Luke Clegg of Borough of Kirklees, and Brian Byrne of Mount Caddy. All 27ers, 27 highs for all of these swimmers. And that's quite a breakout from Logan Winter in lane number 3. Looks very strong at the 25. Is anybody going to get anywhere near the 16-year-old from Portsmouth? 27.84. Well, they are, because starting to come alongside him is Matthew Tinkler. And Matthew Tinkler in lane number 2 doesn't quite overtake. Look at that, 27.02, 27.03. That's how tight that was on the finish. And Logan Winter is our winner. That really good start. Bryden Byrne at the top of your picture has taken his 27.9 down to a 27.6. Right, heat 4. Let's give you the running order before you see it. Tom Arkwright of Leyland Barracudas. Jack Allman of City of Oxford. Trafford Metros. Toby Andrews. Toby Godsell. Bishop Stortford. Sevenoaks' Caden Hibbert. Hello, the Sevenoaks crew again. Quite a few swimmers mentioned this morning. George Snow of Portsmouth, North Sea, Plymouth Meanders. Sam Ellis. Winchester's Ben Hatfield. Jacob Mills, Leicester Sharks. And Joseph McGilvery of City of Norwich. I need it again. City of Norwich. Adam Graham, what a good start. Again, that underwater work, which so often catches me out. Not as deep as he could, so I couldn't see him on the top of the water, but it's not going to be him who's going to win it. The winner's going to come from lane number 5, I think, which is going to be Ewan McLeod of Shiverers. Or rather, George Snow. Jumping ahead of myself. George Snow of Portsmouth North Sea with 26.79. George Snow is our winner and does it with a PB of about 3/100ths of a second. Second place, Jacob Mills at the top for Leicester Sharks, and Ben Hatfield in third for Winchester, all with new PBs. So working on the basis of the swimmers are all in the 14 to 16 category, so chances are those will be PBs. This is the case of heat number 5. Matthew Aldred of Watford, Millfield's Adam Graham, Rafi Shuffle of Hamilton Aquatics Dubai, Cameron Jameson of Repton Swim. South Bournemouth have Gabrielle Knight in for them. Ewan McLeod of Shiverers, Bromley with Noah Daly Josie. Oliver Saunders of Team Bath. There's one of your Team Bath swimmers I was mentioning earlier on. In 7, 8 is Oliver Burns, and 9 is David Annis from Pershore. Had some good swimmers yesterday. All right, so up there in lane number 4. Dominated proceedings now. It is Gabriel Knight of South Bournemouth. Looking good for the win, and gets the win in 26.38. So that's nearly, very nearly, whole second improvement. Adam Graham in second place, third Ewan McLeod. All of them under 27 for the first time short course. Now, as you know, it's our mission here to mention the smaller clubs, and let's look them up. So the Linslade crew, the Linslade team, the Linslade club, South Bedfordshire is where they are based. And they have Jack Hill going for them in lane number 6. Outside of that, Jack Acton of Brighton, Max Stockdale of Repton, Alexander Catton of Bishop Stortford, Joseph Davis of Surrey University, Callum Raymond of Plymouth, Lewis Sharon of Hastings. Ireton District have James Sproston, Fergus Thompson of Mount Kelly and Roan, Sheriff of Skipton. We actually have a lane not occupied. That is lane number 2. And he definitely is not there. I'll just do a double take to make sure. And that's a wonderful bit of work off the wall. Fantastic work off the wall. Lane 4. I'm not quite sure what's happening with lane 2 there. Anyway, lane 3 is going to take it, I think. Yeah, Joseph Davis, 26.66. Now, I have no idea, I'm sorry, what happened with lane 2 there. Now, did the block break? Did the wedge break? Well, he's shaking his head. I wonder whether there was a technical malfunction there. Because when I looked up the rule there, and then we had one not there, and that was Alex Catton of Bishop Stortford. Now, I'm not quite sure what happened there. They've DQ'd him. They have DQ'd Alex Catton in lane 2. Rare you see a DQ apart from going too far underwater. But he didn't do that because he didn't start. So, all right, obviously from this distance I have no idea what happened. So sorry for the Bishop Stortford lot watching, and I can't tell you what happened there. Apart from it did seem there was a bit of a potential malfunction on the block. We'll keep an eye on lane 2 when they're replacing it. Well, they have replaced it. Okay, we'll get back to the action. And Fabian Brunicki of City of Peterborough, Alexander Painter of Millfield, Ethan Lawton of Daventio, Liam Brennan of Basildon, Matthew Rooney of Everton, Donatus Dergasius of Mount Kelly, Ethan Jones Winsford, James Hayes of Tynemouth, Jack Allen of Loughborough University, and Nick Finch of Chelsea and Westminster. Had a very good day yesterday. Alexander Painter's having a pretty good morning this morning and may well win this by about a body length. That's, oh, no, maybe not. Yeah, he did. Nick Finch at the top was coming right back at him, though. But Painter gets in a 25.94. 25.94 for our winner. And Nick Finch with a 26.29. Well, again, both with sizable improvements on a sprint race. Fastest time so far, first sub 26 from Alex Painter. Checking across the line, see if we've seen that absentee before. Potentially we might have one missing here. Well, there's a lane 9. There he is. Just popping into view. Matthew Hine. So Henry Wirrell, Plymouth, James Pennington of Altrincham, Rowan Greening of Loughborough, Kieran Grant of Beverley Barracudas, Jan Paulton of Wickham, Cameron Lewis of Gloucester, Elliot Woodburn of Millfield, Sonny Chamberlain Hyde of Seagulls, Vissa Parameshwar of Hamilton Aquatics Dubai, and Matthew Hind of Brighton. All in, all racing. 4, 5 pretty much going to the wall together. James Pennington's had a good turn. The Altrincham swimmer in lane number 1. Going very, very strongly at the top is Vishesh Parameshwar, but it will be lane 1 that will take it. James Pennington in 26.06. So good half second and more improvement for him. Not the fastest time so far, but that's a very fast time for him compared to his 26.73. 26.06 in heat number 8. Heat number 9. The Buergi of Davencio, Connor Cherrington of Millfield, Ethan Riches of City of Lincoln, Daniel Genkas of Barking and Dagenham, Matthew Gray of City of Leeds, Matthew Taylor, Guildford, Henrik van der Leest of Woking, Alfie Scott, Newcastle, and Matthew Burton of Swansea, William Ellis of Borough of Stockton. Splash and Nash of the 50 backstroke up there in lane number 5. Good start from Matthew Taylor. Taylor's trying to build on that. Don't think anybody's going to catch Matthew Taylor in 5, are they? Doesn't look like it. Taylor's got this one nailed and finishes on a full stroke as well. 25.40 for Taylor. So that's well over a second improvement on his previous best. Matthew Burton in second place, Matthew Gray in third, but 25.4. Very solid swim for the swimmer from Guildford, 18 years of age. Just time down from 26.5 to 25.4. So all lined up, ready to go for Heat 10. So give you the names. Ryan Whitworth of Taunton Dean, Hamilton Aquatics, Nicholas Rutherford, Jake Hutchinson of Ellesmere College, Altrincham with Ashley Donaldson, Marion de Viard of St Felix School, City of Sheffield with Eugene Brooks Clark. Going in 5, Leo Saragans of Blythe, Barracudas in 6, James Mayrick of Winchester, Bristol represented by Sean Simmons, and Matthew Cairns of Millfield. All 26ers, 26-1, 26-2, 26-3, that kind of range. And good start by Eugene Brooks Clark for Sheffield up there in lane number 5. 26.26 is Eugene's time. Of course, the Brooks Clark brothers. And it looks like he may just have this. It's going to be relatively tight, but okay as far as he's concerned. 25.43 is where he stops the clock, and that is taking his time down from a 26.26 to a 25.4. Just a little bit slower than the previous heat with Matthew Taylor. Heat 11. Jacob Davis of City of Birmingham, Tom Garden of Swansea, Metin Mamatoglu of Chelsea and Westminster, Lewis Warner of Bassett Law, Simon Clement of City of Sheffield, Aidan Simmons-Brown of Plymouth, Toby Stewart of Guildford, Oscar Barlow of Taunton Dean, Ellis Morgan of Wickham, and Daniel Jenkins of Surrey University. Only one swimmer in this field has been sub-26 short course on their entry time prior to today. Let's see whether we can get a few more in that kind of range. Good start by the fastest man in the field on paper, Simon Clement, but he's being tracked all the way by Lewis Warner. Right alongside him, and then a couple up from him. Going even better now is Toby Stewart of Guildford. Toby Stewart looking the strongest of the field. Maybe he'll get there first, maybe he won't. It's very tight. Yeah, Toby Stewart does get there first. 25.44 for our winner. Simon Clement just 1/100th behind him. And we've taken quite a few under that 26-second barrier. 5 have made it. 5 who weren't there. Well, 4 have made it because Simon Clement had been there before, but 4 more have now joined him in the 25 club. Heat 12. Harry Robinson of Mount Kelly, Toby Hill, City of Manchester Aquatics, Archie Evans of Corby, Matthew Ward, Mount Kelly, Thomas Beasley of Plymouth Leander, Alexander Armstrong from Surrey University. Just checking across the line, everybody there. Seems to be a vacant lane 8. Unless the swimmers staying beside. But we might actually have a, yeah, we do have a scratch in 8. Yes, Jacob Goodman does not appear to be there. Sam Greenbank, Luke's younger brother. 7, Nathan Wells, West Norfolk in 9. Have I missed anybody? David O'Loughlin. O'Loughlin of Millfield is in 7. Here we go then. for heat 12 of the 50 backstroke. Fastest time so far, 25.40 from Matthew Taylor of Guildford. Now, when they emerge, might get more of an idea who's doing what. Oh, that was quite a turn. Was that not quite a turn from lane 4 from Thomas Beeley, 25.12. Not the quickest he's been, but that was quite a turn off that 25 wall for Matthew Beeley. Second, Alexander Armstrong, and third is Sam Greenbank. That was quite some turn. Look forward to seeing him do that tonight in the final. If he makes it, he should, because there's only one more heat to go. My calculations are right. It's the final heat. Luca Da Silva of Leicester Sharks, Harry Nicholson, Newcastle, Philip Franchek Craigia of Winchester, Shaquille Giordani of City of Manchester Aquatics, Cam Brooker, who was so successful yesterday from Wickham District in 4, Sam Lawman, East Leeds, Robbie Hemmings of Poole, Thomas Spencer of Portsmouth, Ben Prosser, Loughborough, Christian Dutoft of Leatherhead. The battle will be joined, gentlemen. Cam Brooker had a brilliant day. The 19-year-old from Wickham District is having a very good morning as well. Looks to be in prime form here. Is anyone going to challenge him? I don't think even at this stage anybody's going to get close to him. I think this is all about the man with the green cap who's going to come in to finish. A little bit of a glide, but not quite a full stroke, but nonetheless getting the job done. Just checking that board, see what it's going to tell me in a moment. 24.51 is Cam Brooks. There, thank you, that's corrected. I thought I was watching a completely different race to what you saw on your screen there. 24.51, Cam Brooker is the winner. Shaquille Giordani in second, and Robbie Hemmings in third. So it's fastest time of the morning by a considerable way, actually. Heat 14, which for some reason I don't seem to have, so bear with me on this one. Ben Green, Mark Edmondson, Jack Skerry, Newhall, the Newhall team. Again, not going to get too many mentions this weekend, so let's make sure we get one for you now. Harry Shalliman of Loughborough University in 3, Joe Litchfield of Loughborough in 4, Jonathan Adam of Bath in 5, Moritz Hugers of Bath, Oliver Morgan of Birmingham in 7, Fritz Dietz in 8, and William Kearsey of Hatfield. So Joe Litchfield will go for it. He'll go for broke. We know he will on a 50 backstroke. He's not going to be hanging around. He's going to want to get as good a time as he potentially can do here. Look at the underwater work of Joe. Look at him go right on the marker there. Went as far as he could on the backstroke there, underwater, and finishes in a time of 23.44, blitzing the field. And that is the fastest time by quite some way this morning. Second was William Kearsey at the top of your picture, and Jonathan Adam in third place. 23.44 for Joe Litchfield. I think this man is here to race. Right, we have a swim off in the 50 backstroke, so we're going to have an extra heat. Alex Catton or Bishop. Now interesting. Alex Catton was DQ. So Alex Catton against Ethan Lawton, Bishop Stortford against Davencio for this swim-off. I'm sure that Alex Catton was the swimmer earlier who had a problem at the start. I need to go back to my notes, but don't worry about that for the time being. Let's worry about this. Who's going to come through? The Alex Catton closest to us, and Ethan Lawson on the far side for Daventure. They're going to turn virtually together here. Always exciting, aren't they, swim-offs? It's a question now whether Alex Catton can get back on terms. Don't think he can. I think Lawton's going to get this. He is in 26.93. So a win for Ethan Lawton over Alex Catton. I'm sure my notes are right. Alex Catton was the one who had the problem with the starts. Yeah, it was. Yeah, in heat number 6. So Alex Catton has got the chance to swim, and he's done that. And that will conclude the first part of the day here at Ponds Forge. So that's session 1 completed. We'll be back at 11:40. So about an hour's time for the 200 butterfly. That'll be coming up between 11:40 and about 12:25. Then we'll take another break and then we'll come back for the 100 freestyle for men and the 1500 freestyle for men. That'll be at 1 o'clock. So we'll rejoin you, and hopefully you'll rejoin us at 11:40. We'll see you later.
men's pool, then we are going to begin with the men's 200-meter butterfly with heat 1.
Of Chippenham. So that's the swimmers who should be in the pool, and all of them are on this occasion. Looking at those lanes, the one gold lane and one just above it. So lanes 5 and 6, Zach Troman of Colchester, 14-year-old, and Kieran Turnbull of Derwentside, going very well on the far side. First 50 completed and over 100 now, so we're at the halfway stage of the 200 fly, and 2 from the top. Here's Kieran Turnbull of Derwentside, who is leading all comers right now, looking pretty good as we got over the halfway stage. And that's of course where the event really kicks in and where it gets a little bit more arduous and more difficult. Here's the last 50 or so. That's when the hips start to just drop a bit into the water. The arms start to feel like you've got lead weights attached to them. But that's not seemingly affecting Kieran Turnbull too much in the 200 fly. The question is, can anybody catch him? The most likely to, if anybody does, is Toby Clausen of Kingston upon Hull, who is starting to edge towards him. The question is whether the Derwentside swimmer can hold on. Toby Clausen 2:16.8 his entry time. Kieran's is 2:16.82. So they're going to go to the wall together. But it does look like Toby Clausen's got his measure and has 2:14.61. So quicker than he has been before. Same will also apply to Kieran Turnbull with 2:15.27. So a good second and a half advantage from the previous PB from him, and Louis Thorne in third place from Chippenham, sorry, from City of Bristol, 2:16.87.
In the men's pool, then heat 2.
To the Hackney Massive. We're waiting for Marco Roberts to go in heat 2 of the 200 butterfly. Sam Grimes of Wigan Best. Wigan District have Carmelo Almadin. Winchester Archie Thorman. Samuel Ryan of Orpington. Pershaw with David Alice back again. David's having quite a busy weekend. That swim with Liam Hamp. Aidan Orpin for Sutton Cheam, 13 years of age for Aidan. Thomas McDermott of Middlesbrough, Marco Roberts of Hackney, and James Hodgson of Newcastle, all involved in heat number 2 of the 200 metres butterfly. And Sam Ryan, 28.09 split off the first 50, leading at the moment, and was leading then, but maybe not leading now. Sam Grimes of Wigan come right alongside at the top of your picture. Marco Roberts of Hackney, also going well. And, might well be the outside smoker again. Lane 0 gets to the wall first, and indeed it is at the halfway stage of the 100 butterfly. It is Sam Grimes from Sam Ryan and Marco Roberts, the 1, 2, 3 at this stage. Sam Grimes is dictating events here, but maybe not for long, because looks like David Harris might be coming right back into it, and so too is Sam Ryan of Orpington. Sam Ryan's right alongside him. Bit of a gap now, just 0.48 between first and second, then a bit more of a gap, back to 3 or 4 in the line. But Sam Grimes, a Wigan best from lane 0, is dictating terms, not dominating yet. There's not long to go. It's the last 25, and the only real pressure is coming from Sam Ryan in in lane number 3. And it's going to be between these two. Who's going to get the finish right? Sam Grimes. 2:10.43 for our winner. Second is Sam Ryan, 2:10.59. So only 16/100ths between the two of them in the end. And then Archie Thorman in third place. We'll run through in just a moment when swimmers have gone out of the pool. But here it comes. So Kenny McGuinness of Bassett Law in 0, Lucas Waligora of York City in 1, Rafe Shafil of Hamilton Aquatics of Dubai, Sam Pyfinch of Maxwell, Wrekin College in morning to you, or yeah, still morning just. You have Mason Carter going for you in lane number 4, Sam Cook of Corby in 5, Justin Christie of Leatherhead in 6, Chester Street and Leo White. Mr. Sharks, Luke Stevens and Charlie Toms of Maxwell will be swimming in lane number 9. All 15, 16-year-olds. Entry times between 2:15.36 and 2:16.13. We have a little technical error, which means that the swimmers want to stand down for a second. Bassett Law, York City, Hampton Aquatics, Maxwell, Wrekin College, Corby, Leatherhead, Chestnut Street, Leicester Sharks, and Maxwell. Representatives in heat number 3 of the 200 butterfly. And it's a pretty even field at the moment. Nobody really making a move to the front, apart from maybe again lane 0, Kenny McGuinness of Bassett Law. In fact, Shafi got his hand on the wall just ahead of him at Waligora. Shafi, the 16-year-old from Hamilton Aquatics in Dubai. He's leading, but not conclusively yet, although he's just trying to pull away from the field at the halfway stage, which is coming up now. 200 butterfly. What happens in the second half of the race? Set the race up in the first half and see what happens at the back end. Jackie Carter, McGuinness. At the moment, still looking pretty strong. Not looking likely to relinquish that lead is Rafe Shafi. But still ways to go yet. 2 lanes up from him. Here's Mason Carter of Wrekin College. He's starting to make his move now in lane number 4. Maybe coming alongside him, maybe just about to take over the lead. Not quite yet, I don't think, unless he has. Oh, actually they're level. Clock exactly the same time, 1:37.3 at that split. All the momentum now with the 16-year-old from Wrekin College, Mason Carter. Entered in on a 2:15.36. Oh, I think fairly safe to assume that's going to go, although not safe to assume he's going to win this yet, because suddenly there's a little burst from Rafi Shafi. He's trying to come back and see if he can take this, and he is, I think, going to take it in lane number 2. He is. 2:12.89 is the time, and he won that by just about 0.3 of a second in the end. Good fight back over the last 25 from Rafi Shafi. Shout out to those from Dartmoor this morning. They don't have a particularly big team here. Harry Morgan Hughes is going for them in lane 7. Sam Addis for Plymouth in 0. Lawrence Elliott from Seagulls in 1. James Robinson of City of Leeds in 2. Thomas Cood of Winsford, again, one of the smaller clubs here, in lane 3. Solomon Kendrick of Shiverers in 4. 5 is Maxwell Adams of Team Bath. Gloucester have Oliver Dade, City of Milton Keynes in 8. Hawken Hall, and Thomas Duddridge of Millfield is in lane 9. First 50 done. First to complete that 50 was Maxwell Adams of Team Bath. 2:13.80 is his entry time. Just a little bit slower, but only by 1/100th of a second from Solomon Kendrick. Is he able to hold on to it, able to maintain it at this stage? He's looking pretty good at the halfway stage. Is Maxwell Adams. 4 16-year-olds apart from 2 in lanes 8 and 9, Hawken Hall and Thomas Duddridge. But that lead's extending. 1.93 it was at the last split. And whilst they're all racing quite hard, racing each other, they're not yet on par with our leader, who's maintaining that lead, not extending it. 1.93, remember, at the last split. This will be the 150 mark. 1.93 it was. It is now 2 seconds, so that's the lead's extending. So Maxwell Adams with a 2:13 entry time. What can he expect? He'll be trying to get down towards 2:10. 2:10 looks like it's a realistic expectation of this swim. Let's set him a bit of a target. I'm sure he set some targets of his own. 2:10. That's what we're looking at. Ooh. But now starting to come back in this race is James Robinson of City of Leeds. He's got his burst exactly at the right time. Last 50 has belonged to James Robinson, who gets in at 2:10.15. Maxwell Adams, though not winning it, does take a couple of seconds off his personal best. Lawrence Elliott sneaking in for second there from Seagulls. Is 2:14.5 down to a 2:10.95. So top 3 all with big personal bests. Great finish though. Really good finish from the City of Leeds swimmer. Now on to heat number 5. Isaac Buchan of Borough of Stockton, Thurrock's Nikita Chirikin, Oliver Henry Sheed of Plymouth Leander, Adam Candle of Hamilton Aquatics, Roman Parham of Brighton, Bristol's Luca Gunawadena, Luke Critchlow of Stockport, James Shevchenko of Royal Wolverhampton, Max Russell of Sheffield, and Toby Parker is in lane 9 for Hartlepool. 14-year-old Isaac Buchan is the closest to us, Borough of Stockton. So at the moment it is Adam Candle with the instantly recognisable orange caps. There are 2 teams who wear orange caps generally here, York City and Hamilton Aquatics of Dubai, so instantly recognisable. Adam Candle, the 2:12.29 gets his name in terms of an entry time. Has got about nearly a body length, maybe just over the rest. 1.31 over Sharakin, Critchlow, Sheed. And we saw the last one. That last 50 can be very telling in a 200 fly. So what you want to do is just overextend over that first 100, 125. You need to keep something in the tank to bring it back, which is something James Robinson did very ably. Now we're getting a similar kind of scenario here potentially, because Oliver Sheed is right alongside our leader now. The lead is down to 0.59, and all the momentum would seem to be with the swimmer from Plymouth Leander in lane number 2. Look at him go. As Plymouth have Roberto Pavoni as part of their coaching staff, and probably knows a bit, certainly knew a lot about IM and knew quite a bit about the butterfly as well. And it looks like Plymouth Leander are going to get the better of Hamilton Aquatics on this occasion. And in the shape, oh, actually a very late good finish here by Charakin, and he gets it. Goodness me, that came out of not quite nowhere, but he wasn't on my radar with 25 to go. He certainly was with about 5 to go. Just seeing Nikita Charakin arriving at speed to take that race to 08.91, which is a massive improvement from 2:13.2. On She 2:08.94, didn't quite hold on for the win, but still goes down by 4 seconds on his previous PB. And third place to Adam Candle. $14 heats in total of the 200 butterfly. And we will later on see Jacob Peters go. He'll be in heat number. Just checking my sheets. There he is. He'll be in the last heat. So, while we go to delay, I'll go through this lineup for you. James Froggatt of City of Birmingham, 2 from Hillingdon, side by side. Josh Kelly and Alexander Williams. Portsmouth North Sea have Thomas Dixon. Davey Unwin of Stockport Metro. Jason Herbert of Leamington. Jake Reynolds of Blackburn. Then Wickham's 15-year-old George Pearson. Lewis Warner of Bassett Law. And Byron Stockton with Arthur Llewellyn. That's heat number 6. The 200 butterfly, and the top 2 in the 210s, everybody else more or less in the 211s. In this one, and one of the 210 swimmers is one of the ones we're watching at the front. That's Thomas Dixon looking to dominate the early stage of this one. And Arthur Llewellyn in second place, and Josh Kelly of Hillingdon in third. But front running in the 200 fly in particular is a really difficult job to do. But that's exactly the role he's taking on here. 17-year-old from Portsmouth North Sea, showing everybody a clean pair of heels, apart from maybe on the far side. Look at the momentum being shown by Arthur Llewellyn. He's obviously having to swim his own race because he'll be unaware, I imagine, what Dixon is doing. Dixon still has, just over the halfway stage, a nice big lead, but that can be easily eaten into and cut into with the 2 alongside. Josh Kelly and Alexander Williams trying to catch Thomas Dixon. Neither succeeding in that quest right now. 50 to go for our leader, who has been leading all the way through. 2:11.06 is actually his best time. It's on the short course. No, he's not getting appreciably caught. 2.23 means that lead's actually extending, if anything. So what can we expect? Maybe a 2:08 potentially, maybe 2:06, 2:07. Certainly, I think a 2:08's in range here. Certainly bring that time down from 2:11. 2:08 would be good. 2:08 might be where he finishes. 2:08.49. Indeed it is. 2:08.49 for our winner, Thomas Dixon. Second place to Alexander Williams, and third, Tommy Pincher. Very consistent all the way through was Arthur Llewellyn. Down below 2:12 for the first time.
lane 7.
Just get a look at Llewellyn Porter, the 13-year-old from Camden, Swiss in 0. Ellis Clayworth of City of Liverpool in 1. Jacob Elwell of Borough Stockton in 2. 3 is James Kay of Barnet Copthall, going to the Barnet team. Callum Kettlewell of Bassetlaw in 4. 5 is Jack Ashurst of Tynemouth. Dominic Straba of Crawley. David O'Loughlin of Millfield. James McClure of City of Coventry, and Elliot Best of Newcastle, all involved in heat number 7 of the 200 fly. 1 and 5 go to the wall virtually identically. Jack Ashurst in 5, O'Loughlin 2, and also Clayworth in lane 1. All 3 of them coming to the wall, separated by just 0.12 at the halfway stage. Sorry, the quarterway stage. So next turn will be the halfway stage. And lane 1, it's Clayworth has really got the second half of his race nicely mapped out at this stage. So he will lead with about 0.30 over the rest of the field. David O'Loughlin the nearest to him, but the lead looks to be, on that angle anyway, extending a little bit. And, in reality it is. Clayworth, 17 years of age. All clutch of them, in fact, every single swimmer in this field is in 2:10 range. And he's looking to maybe get a faster swim in the morning. So at the moment it's 2:08.49 from Thomas Dixon. And that lead is getting bigger, getting more advantageous from his point of view. 1.44 between first and second, but look at it now. I think that's more than 1.44. So we're looking at potentially bringing it down to 206, maybe 206, 207. Certainly 207. I think 206 potentially here for our winner. 206.68 for Ellis Clayworth. Has won that by quite a distance. Look at that, 2.5 seconds separate our winner and second, James McClure. David O'Loughlin in 3rd, and 4th to Llewellyn Porter, the 13-year-old. Actually has been quicker than that, 2:11, 2:10, so not any quicker for Llewellyn Porter. Heat number 8. Ben Haller of Taunton Dean. Aidan Mitchell of Bath University. Edward Whittles of Chelsea and Westminster. Max Shaw, City of Milton Keynes. Nathan Chapman of Mount Kelly. Zami Zemzani of Bishop Stortford. Lewis Maxwell of Bath University. Sam Cornish of Enfield. Joshua Vance in Northampton, and Greenwich Royals. Hello, Greenwich Royals. And I think first mention you might have got over the first 2 days with me anyway. Harvey Maunders is your tour, you'll know that, and he's 4th place at the first 50 split. He's not the leader. The leader is up there in lane number 6. Bath University's Lewis Maxwell. Being very sharp in lane number 6. Looking for some competition. Which may come from lane 1. And Aidan Mitchell, teammate of his. 1.06 though separates the two of them. And this looks to be pretty sprightly from Lewis Maxwell in 6. He's got a fair distance on everybody else right now. With last 50 coming up. Any real threat, if there is a threat, it's coming from lane number 1 from Adrian Mitchell. It's safe to say with a 2.2 advantage, unlikely highly unlikely that Lewis Maxwell, even in a 200 fly, where the body will be aching and bones will be screaming at this stage, and anybody's going to get very close to him at this stage. They're not. Lewis Maxwell has put in a really impressive performance, so that 209 will be disappearing before your very eyes. 205 is more realistic. In fact, 204 might be realistic here. 204.04 is where the clock stops for Lewis Maxwell. And another big win by 3.5 seconds for Lewis Maxwell over Aidan Mitchell. Third place to Sam Cornish with a 207. So pretty much everybody in that field put their time down. Heat number 9. Chelsea and Westminster's Henry Gray is in 0. Matthew Hargreaves of Mount Kelly in 1. 2 is William Baines of Borough of Stockton. Matthew Cairns of Millfield in 3. Anthony Whittle of Hamilton Aquatics in 4. 5 is Benjamin Tritton of Surrey University. George Chapman of Plymouth. Ben Newell of Birmingham University. Alexander Karabiga of Plymouth Leander, and Rahil Mahmood of Romford Town is in 9. Who's in the lead? More to the point. Like 5 or 0? Where's your choice? 5 it is. Benjamin Tritton, Karabiga and Gray, not too far behind, but this has got all the elements of being a race that will maybe change direction a few times here in terms of the leader. It's going very well. In lane 0 is Henry Gray. Maybe not quite as well as the swimmer up in lane number 5, Benjamin Tritton. Oh, 4 of them going to the wall together. Tritton just gets there ahead of Cairns. Well, actually no, three of them go to the wall at the same time. 59.87, 3 hit the wall at the same time, and the 4th swimmer is 4 100ths behind. That's about as tight as ever likely to get with 100 to go. Lane 3. Matthew Cairns and Millfield try and dominate this one, but Ken Tritton of Surrey University is not allowing him to do that. They're very close together. 3/4 second separates them. It's opening up a bit now, this 200 fly, but keep an eye on lane 4. Anthony Whittle of Hamilton Aquatics has not given up on this yet. And he's starting to just eat into, or certainly into second place, not quite getting close to the leader yet. And there is still 25 meters in which to do so. So the pressure all on Matthew Cairns, a 16-year-old from Millfield. To, well, he'll better his 208 by quite some way. He'll hold on as well with maybe a 205 here. 205.18 for Matthew Cairns. 205.18 is a 3.32 improvement on his previous best. Second, Ben Tritton. Third is Anthony Whittle. All of them who were on 208s, down to 205s and 206s now.
And in the men's pool, Heat 10.
So just the 1:2:04 swim so far from Lewis Maxwell, Bath University, but plenty of heats still to go. This is heat number 10. Once they're in the pool, I'll tell you more about them. Joshua Goff of City of Hereford, Sam Naylor of Newcastle, Dominic Morgan of Leatherhead, South Lincolnshire's Rico Bringerman, Surrey University with Julian Marabotto, Kenji McDade from Maxwell, James Cleaver of Beckenham, Jonan Bennett of Stockport Metro, Albert Branch, Sevenoaks, and Samuel Arrowsmith of Exeter City. That takes us right through to the 50, and again, lane 0, prominent at the turn. Not the leader, but Joshua Goff was right up there with James Cleaver of Beckenham, who is just the leader. Not very much between them, but I keep thinking lane 0, certainly on the angle we look at, it looked like lane 0 was out in front. Fox said otherwise. So Joshua Goff, Sam Naylor, yeah, they're pretty much all in a line, waiting for something to break out. Nobody really is breaking out. Lane 0 surely is leading now. Yes, Joshua Goff is leading by 0.08. I thought he was at 50, certainly is at 100. He's getting some pressure on him from the 21-year-old Sam Naylor alongside him from Newcastle. And Sam Naylor might now be taking control of this race. And at the top of the picture, out of their sight, is Albert Branch of Sevenoaks. And another 50 to go. Still all kinds of permutations about who might potentially win this. Sam Naylor will go into the last 50 in the lead. Then Albert Branch. Then here's James Cleaver. This race is not done and dusted yet by any means. Still holding on, Sam Naylor from Newcastle, the oldest swimmer in this field at 21, but he's going to have to give second best to Albert Branch here. What a finish from Albert Branch to the top of the picture from Sevenoaks. Now he may well have got himself into the lead here. It's very tight between him and James Cleaver, and Cleaver just edges him out by 0.3 of a second. James Cleaver just getting his finish right for Beckenham, 2:04.47. Albert Branch is coming like a steam train at the end. Heat 11. James Bartley on Mount Kelly, Henry Moore of Southport, Thomas Beamer of Swansea University, Ben Rowett of Surrey University, Adam Salem of Hamilton Aquatics, Nova Centurion have Elliot Day, Jake Thomas Mansfield of Birmingham University is in 6th, Luke Burton 7th for Swansea, Jay Manners of Derwenside 8, Charlie Broom of Leeds in 9. Or 2:05s. For today at least, I think there'll be plenty who will be getting inside that come the end of this race. Henry Moore in lane number 1, setting the early pace at 50. And getting a little way clear of the field. Obviously early stages yet. As we've seen, the early leader doesn't often, hasn't done today, go on to win the race, but you have to set a tempo, you have to set a pace, somebody has to be a front runner. And front runner here is Henry Moore, who Southport swimmer obviously thinks he can take this all the way to the end. And he's got a big lead. 1.58 is that lead at 100 metres. This is a very brave way, or potentially foolhardy way, to swim the 200 butterfly. So you really have to go for broke. Top of the picture is Jay Manners of Derwenside. He's having a good second half to this race and starting to work his way back up towards our leader, but he is still our leader and doesn't look like he's going to get usurped any time soon. Henry Moore looking good for Southport, looking good potentially to get in around the 2-minute mark as well. Never quite be 2 minutes today, it'd be just outside it I think, but got a chance of getting a 2:01 potentially. That's of course if he doesn't get tracked down by Elliot Day of Nova Centurion, or indeed Adam Salem of Hamilton Aquatics. No, he's going to be our winner. He's going to slip outside the 2 minutes to 2:03.65. And that's still the best time we've got for him short course. The best time we've seen this morning as well. 2:03.65 for our winner. Adam Salem gets into second place. Third place, Jay Manners with a 2:04.2. And previously a 2:05.5. So 1.3 improvement for Jay.
Men's pool, Heat 12.
All right, some big hitters here in Heat 12. Oh, winner can come from not quite everywhere, but there's quite a few possible alternatives here. William Ellington of University of Stirling, Ned Sharp of Skipton, Ruben Visder, City of Sheffield, James Woodward, Hatfield, Bath University's Joshua Gammon, Archie Goodburn of Loughborough, James Wilkes of Loughborough, Freddie Ashley Sparks of Plymouth, Nova's Joseph Sadler, and Harry Jones from City of Norwich. Lane 3 looking strong early on. James Woodward has the lead over Archie Goodburn. And also Joshua Gammon. But it is early stages, and there's 4 swimmers who've done sub 2 minutes short course. They are James Woodward, Joshua Gammon, Archie Goodburn and James Wilkes, all capable of doing 159s. Lane 3 and 5, maybe just 5? No, it was just James Woodward getting there ahead of Archie Goodburn, but only by 1/100th of a second, and top 3 separated by 7/100ths of a second. This is turning out to be quite a race. 3, 4 and 5, Woodward, Gammon and Goodburn. 21-year-old, 18-year-old, 20-year-old, all battling for a win in this one. Might just be Joshua Gammon coming through for the touch here with 50 to go. 19/100 separate top 2, 20/100 separate the top 3. Not done yet. Winner's going to come from one of those 3 lanes. Joshua Gammon looks to be the strongest with 25 to go. And that's a long 25 in butterfly terms. And he's head down, just trying to make his way to the wall before everybody else. I think it looks like he probably will do that. Joshua Gammon, 158.15 his best before today, into the 158 again. 158.49 for Joshua Gammon. James Woodward goes under 2 minutes, as does Archie Goodburn. And that's the quickest time that we have seen this morning. On to 15 of the, sorry, 13. Count. 13 of the 200 butterfly. Joseph Stout of City of Salford, Ormond Cunningham of Loughborough University, Michael Klimanewski of Hatfield, Jacob Peters back in the pool, doing the 200 for a first time. Mum says wish him well, because he hasn't done this for a long time and might just be feeling the effects of it. Well, at the moment, he's looking pretty good to me in lane number 3. Jacob Jackson, City of Birmingham, George Barber, City of Sheffield, Thomas Payne of City of Manchester Aquatics, Rowbottom Keating in 7. That's Ruben Rowbottom Keating, Matthew Holland of Wolverhampton, and Patrick Heeks of Pershaw. Well, Jacob Peters, how are you feeling with your first 200 exertion for a while? It's a different short course, of course. He's got a lot of turns to do. At the moment, he is being flanked by a swimmer to the right-hand side of him. That is Jacob Jackson of City of Birmingham, racing an Olympian here. Jacob Peters looked very good yesterday on the 100. 200 today, very different kettle of fish, but doing okay. Doing the job, doing it pretty well too. Is there going to be a twist in the tail here, or has Jacob Peters got what it takes to get under the 2 minute barrier? Well, I think he'll do that fairly comfortably. How quick can it go? Entry time of 1:58.7 for the former pool swimmer, who's now in Bath. And looking pretty comfortable, if indeed the 200 fly can ever be described as comfortable. And no elephant, no piano so far arriving on the shoulders of Jacob. If anything, he's extending his lead. This is really impressive stuff. So he hasn't done it all that often recently. Oh, it's a good time. This is a good time. 1:54.93. Come on, you're playing with us. 1:54.93. Right back on track. Jacob Peters, Jacob Jackson in the end was nearly 3 seconds adrift. George Barber in third place, but Jacob Peters doing the business and some. 154.93.
And in the men's group, our final heat of the men's 200-meter butterfly, heat 14.
Heat 14. And Joe Litchfield in this one. It's a more common event for him than the 400 freestyle he did yesterday. He's in 4. Richard Sansom of Loughborough, William McIntyre of Newcastle, James Hart of Plymouth, Richard Nage of Sheffield, Joe Litchfield, Jacob Goodman, Charlie Hudson, all of them from Loughborough, Sam Tucker of Wickham, Adam Wilson of City of Sheffield, and Riccardo Lucarelli of Mount Kelly. Guess who that is in the centre? Another one of our Olympians. We've seen Jacob Peters, who represented Great Britain in Tokyo. We're now seeing Joe Litchfield. This is definitely more his kind of event. 200 IM strength. His brother Max, probably more comfortable over the 400 IM, but Joe's not quite specialist area, but 200 IM is where he feels most comfortable. More pretty even strength strokes. And having seen the gauntlet laid down by Jacob Peters at 154, he's going to try and do something similar, like lane 4 for the final. Richard Nage, 105 behind. Charlie Hutchison is in third place. But this should all be about, I think at this stage, Joe against the clock. Now, how fast does he want to go? He knows he's going to make the final anyway. Does he want to bust a gut in the morning? Or early afternoon as it now is. Well, he's a racer. Racers don't tend to back off too much. I think he'd love to beat that 154 from Jacob Peters. Yeah, 153. I don't think he's going to do 153 this morning, but we'll see. He's going to win this by a long way. Let's see what the time is at the turn. We'll try and work out. Do you know what? He could actually beat that 154. He could. It's going to be not a million miles outside 154. It's going to be right on it. 155 perhaps. 155.39 for Joe. So not quite as quick as Jacob went. Nonetheless, two very quick times. 23-year-old and the 21-year-old. Richard Nage 159, so he breaks the 2 minutes. He's at a 158. Third is Charlie Hutchison. But good swim from Joe. And any cobwebs that might have been hanging over from yesterday, certainly not there anymore with that 155. But Jacob Peters in the 154s will be the man to catch later on today with the 200 fly.
Concludes the swim in the men's group for this morning. We will commence at 12:30.
So next up, for our next break, it is the 100 meters freestyle for men. And we will have 17 heats of this. 17 heats. I can remember a World Championships in Barcelona where we had 24 heats of this. So this is not quite as arduous from a commentating point of view as was that at the time. There are a lot of clubs in here that we've not mentioned a lot, so I'll try and highlight those smaller clubs who maybe have a handful of swimmers, maybe less. I see a couple already in the early heats which catch my eye.
Heat number 10.
Doing 100 fly until later. Sorry, my times askew here. So the 100 fly will be at 12:30. So we've got a bit of a gap before we get to that. Nice warm ups for that. 140. In fact, 140. get my timings right here. 140 will be the 100 free, and then it'll be followed by the 1500 free. So we have a bit of a gap now, about an hour and a quarter's gap before the 100 free. It'll be at 140, and the 1500 roughly about 10 past 1. So yeah, we've got a gap of about hour and 50 minutes. We'll return for more action with those smaller clubs, and indeed the 1500s in about an hour and a quarter's time. There's still action going on in the other pool, so if you want to go and see what's happening with the women, and that's on our alternative YouTube stream, and what's happening in the pool furthest away from the commentary box end. I'll talk to you a little later. So we're back at Ponds Forge for the afternoon events, which will be the 100 freestyle and the 1500 freestyle for men. And for the 100 freestyle, we have a lot. We have, in terms of heat, 17 to come. So a lot of interest, of course. It's one of the most popular events to compete in, both the men and the women. That's why we have so many entries in the 100 freestyle. And there'll be a lot of the, in inverted commas, smaller clubs who'll be involved in this. So I'll try and, where possible, give you a mention along the way. First heat, up very shortly, will include swimmers from Sevenoaks, from Skegness, from Winchester, Mount Kelly, and Hamilton Aquatics of Dubai. There'll be 5 to go in this. They're all there. Ooh, just a little adjustment to the lane rope in lane 4. So there's your lineup. Go in a little bit more detail as they get into the pool. All 15 or 16 year age. 3 16-year-olds, 2 15-year-olds. Here comes the lane order for you. In 2, Matt Burrows of Sevenoaks. Skegness's Charlie Miller. In 3, Ben Hatfield of Winchester. In 4, Alex Mason of Mount Kelly. In 5, and from the Hamilton Aquatics Club in Dubai, it's Adam Candle in 6. Times for their entry times, all 53 or thereabouts. Alex Mason of Mount Kelly, who had a brilliant day yesterday. All their swimmers putting some terrific performances and a lot of getting medals. Well, it seems to be all working for them. Certainly working for Alex Mason at the moment after the first 75. He leads, everybody else scrapping for second place, it would seem, unless there's a sudden response maybe from Ben Hatfield or from somebody on the other side. But it looks like, although Ben Hatfield is coming back strongly, he's not going to win this. It will be lane 5, will be Alex Mason in 52.69. So first time under 53 short course for our winner. And indeed for second place as well. So Whittam Dolphins, Borough of Harrow, Maidenhead, Leicester Sharks, Southport Metro, Ellesmere College, Wigan Best, Trafford Metro, Poole and Seaclose all have swimmers in this one. Maddox Roberts, Oliver McGonigal, Nathan Porter, Jacob Mills, Lewis Cottam, Cameron Green, Matthew Haynes, Toby Andrews, Charlie Meek and Joe Carter as they complete the first 25. Really lively start from Maddox Roberts of Whittam Dolphins, who is going for it big time in lane 0 and will be our leader at the halfway stage. Looking 25.27. Can he hold on to this, or will somebody maybe at the top of the picture, perhaps Toby Andrews, come into the picture? He is coming into the picture, but lane 0 still just about leading with 25 to go. 2 coming right back at him a couple of lanes up, though. Nathan Porter and Jacob Mills from Maidenhead Leicester Sharks. But is he going to lead all the way to the conclusion? It's going to be very tight. It's going to be between 1 and 3. And just getting his hand on the wall first was Jacob Mills in 52.83. So for Toby, that's a decent swim up in lane number 7, but much better swim from our winner, Jacob Mills. E3. And Tom Jobling of Durham City, Tom Arkwright of Leyland Barracudas, Samuel Lander of Bromley, City of Master Aquatics with Ben Horton, Jack Jenkinson of Skipton, Maxwell's Samuel Pyfinch, Oliver Dade of Gloucester Derwentide, Thomas Maskell, Ethan Thompson of Hamilton Aquatics of Dubai, and Team Bath with Maxwell Adams. Again, that this side of the pool is dominating early on. Lane number 1, Tom Arkwright of Leyland Barracudas, is about a quarter of a second ahead of the rest of the field. The rest of the field includes a very fast swimming now in lane number 3, Ben Horton from City of Manchester Aquatics. And top of the picture, Thomas Maskell, looking very strong as well. In fact, I think Thomas Maskell potentially could go on to take this. Looks like he will on that sideways on shot. Takes lane 7. Thomas Maskell, Derwentide with the win, 52.13. So a good 1.4 seconds chopped off his original entry time. Second, Ben Horton, and third, Maxwell Adams at the top of the picture. On to heat 4. Finley Orman, our City of Sheffield, Bishop Stortford's Sami Zemzami, Philip Maloff of Sutton Cheam, William Ellard of St Felix Schools, Sean Simmons of Bristol, Mattis Madlia of City of Milton Keynes, Curtis Harper of City of Sheffield, Anthony Whittle from Hamilton Aquatics, Callum Broadhead of Doctor Darts, and Jake Gaunt of Soundwell. 24.31, split time for our leader, who is Anthony Whittle, and they're in lane number 7. He's on the turn, but catching him for a couple of really decent turns. They're in 3 and 4 were William Ellard and Sean Simmons, but they're not going to catch our leader, are they? Or are they? No, I think lane 7 just about takes it. Anthony Whittle does get there before they do. 51.84 for our winner, so that's the first swimmer under 52. Sean Simmons joins him on a 51.98. Heat 5, Finn Brurkoven of Plymouth Leander, Cameron Rapson of City of Birmingham, Christian Dutoft of Leatherhead, Dylan Reeve of Mount Kelly, Lachlan Parrott of Millfield, Adam Tabernacle of Preston, Jake Acton of Brighton, Jan Springer of Dubai, the Hamilton Aquatic Centre again, Henry Gray of Chelsea and Westminster, and David Allen of Sevenoaks. Look at our outside smoker again in lane number 1. Not the leader at the moment, but Finn Brurkoven is that. It's going pretty well, but look at the far side. Up at the top there again, Jan Springer, 16 years of age from Hamilton Aquatics, and turns are good. All the swimming between the walls is pretty good too from the swimmer in lane number 7, who is going to go on and take this one in a time of 51.66. So another sub 52, first time he's been in that direction.
Next in lane 6.
Heat number 6. Charlie Varker of Mount Kelly, Zachary Raymond of Sevenoaks, Isaac Ellis of Seagulls, Rhys Grady of Stockport, James Pennington of Altrincham, Callum Atkinson of Newcastle, Harry Robinson of Mid-Sussex. Preston has Nathan Holmes in 7, Max Upton of Billingham in 8, and 9 is Dan Donovan of Loughborough University. Lane 1 putting the early pace into this race. In lane number 2 is Isaac Ellis alongside Zachary Raymond for Sevenoaks, but right at the top of your picture, well, 2 in from the top, Nathan Holmes of Preston, starting to put a real burst on, and potentially going into the lead here as well. Nathan Holmes looks to be possibly the winner, although keep an eye on lane 1 as well, because Zachary Raymond's right in there, but I think we can give it to 7. We can. Nathan Holmes with a 51.59, just slightly quicker than the previous heat. And again, all those swimmers hadn't gone sub 52 before today. And this time, only one does. Heat number 7 to come. Come from Portsmouth North Sea in here. And Abingdon Vale. Adam Salem of Hamilton Aquatics. Raphael Fenty-Dammers of Elmbridge. Good afternoon to the Elmbridge crew. The 15-year-old going for them in lane number 1. Oliver Kettle and George Snow, both of Portsmouth in 2 and 3. Alice Morgan of Wickham. Sebastian Roars of Abingdon Vale. James Spears of Basildon. Aaron Urkers of Mount Kelly. Lewis Shaler of Watford. And Dominic Bools of Repton. Urkers is who leads after 50, but that lead is very slender. 0.05, 0.013 to 3rd place. So can Raphael Fenty-Dammers start to work his way through the front? Well, that's exactly what he seems to have done, but this is quite a wide open race still, potentially with George Snow coming back in lane number 3. But I'll give it to 1 at this stage. It will be lane 1. Raphael Fenty-Dammers. 51.12 for our winner. So that's a good 1.29 taken off his entry time. And as he is 15 years of age, I reckon that's going to be his PB. So next time round it'll be a slightly more advantageous heat, potentially. A couple of Wickham swimmers in this one. And also our overseas swimmer from Ukraine, Timofil Chermak. So Jan Paulson of Wickham, Max Adams of Salford, Timofil Chermak, Ukraine, Rowan Smith of Skipton, Bradley Evans, Nova Centurion, Cameron Williams Dartmoor, Frankie Docking-Smith of Stockport, Leo Molam of Plymouth, Alexander Cooper of Wickham, and Oliver Richardson of East Grinstead. Lane 0 potentially, well, quite a few went over together. Well, it was Leon Molam in lane number 7, who leads just from the rest of the field, but there's not a great deal in it. Top of the picture, the Plymouth Leander swimmer, 18 years of age. Entered in at 52.20. Seems to have the measure of everybody else just about. There's a fast finishing Chermak in 2. But he holds on, does Leon Molam. 51.39 for our winner. Chermak was finishing very, very quickly there, but 51.74 for him. And we got a clutch of swimmers there under the 52 metre or 22-second mark, I should say. 51.39 for Liam Molan, our winner. Right, on to heat number 9. Adam Graham of Millfield. Hipton Swims, Joshua Bailey. Nicholas Rutherford of Hamilton Aquatics. Jack Skerry of Newhall. Finn Mosley of Plymouth. Thomas Exhall of Loughborough. Caden Wellesby of Stockport. Ashley Donaldson of Altrincham. Nick Finch of Chelsea and Westminster. And Harry Wynne Jones from City of Milton Keynes. So where's that early leader coming from? Jack Skerry of Newhall. Newhall, not mentioned that often in our commentaries. Not sure how many swimmers they've got in this competition, but here is one who's leading the field at this stage. 25 to go, and he still just about is, though there is pressure arriving from Nicholas Rutherford to his left-hand side. But he's doing well to hold on here. There's also a fast finisher in 0, Adam Graham. The winner will come in 3. Jack Skerry. That's very good. 50.83. Full second taken off his entry time. Held off the charge of Nick Rutherford and also Adam Graham. So doing something good with Jack Skerry at Newhall. Fastest time so far. On to heat number 10. Matthew Henry 31 years of age. Oldest swimmer I think we've probably had so far in the competition from Dartmoor. Ruben West of Plymouth, Wyatt Walsh of Millfield, 20-year-old Ethan Lawton of Devonshire, and 20-year-old James Bunyard from Gloucester. Jake Hutchison of Ellesmere, Harry Robinson, Mount Kelly, Philip Price of Guildford, Aaron Fox, City of Sheffield, and Shakil Giordani of City of Manchester Aquatics. So Aaron Fox of Sheffield, you will know every single drop of water in this pool, having trained here day in, day out for some considerable time. He is having his own little battle in this one with Ruben West of Plymouth Leander. He's trying to work his way through, but Aaron Fox at the top of the picture might just get there. Yes, he does. It was tight, very tight. Ruben West nearly edging him out, but he held on for the finish, and a good finish it was too. 50.84 for Aaron Fox, so takes him down below the 51s into the 50s. Third place going to Harry Robinson with 51.5. PT11 of the 100 freestyle. We've got the 1500s to come, and plenty of them after this. Strickland of Derwentide, Kieran Grant of Beverley Barracudas, another Hamilton aquatic swimmer in Laith Saba. William Cooper of City of Birmingham, Blackburn's Dylan Fairclough, Robert Derbyshire of Wyre Forest, Leamington's Louis McAuliffe, Matthew Baker of West Suffolk, Benjamin Stanford of Solihull, and Miles Drabwell of Bath University. There's Adam Strickland of Derwentide, had a really lively start. So too was Laith Saba of Dubai. It's Drabwell, though, who leads things early on by about 0.3 of a second up there in lane number 9. Look at him go in that purple trunks at the top of your picture. Again, try and set the pace. We'll be unaware of what's happening in the lanes closest to us, including Laith Saba, who I think is going to put some pressure on for the win, but not going to get the win because Drabwell will. 50.19 for the Bath University swimmer. Second is Laith Saba. Third is Louis McAuliffe. Whole clutch of 51s there. Doing a 51.2 for Louis McAuliffe. Heat number 12, Henrik van der Leest from Woking, Solomon Williams of Millfield, Tuan Baker of Plymouth Leander, Tom Truman of Nova Centurion, Thomas Bealey of Plymouth Leander, Oliver O'Halloran, Derwentide, Ayan Din of Bath University, Thomas Taylor also from the same club, Millfield's Alexander Painter, and Benjamin Prosser, Loughborough. 3 is our clear leader after the first 50. That is Tom Truman of Nova Centurion. That's over the far side. Benjamin Prosser is coming through quite quickly. There's a whole clutch of swimmers on the far side of the pool who are just trying to bear down on our leader. But Tom Truman looks like he's got the wind in his sails, and certainly has the win with about a body length to spare. Not quite under the 50, but very, very close to it. 50.13 for our winner. 17-year-old takes his time down from 51.29 to 50.13. We've got a few withdrawals now, so we'll just make sure everybody's in place for this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, all there this time. James Wilkes at Loughborough, Thomas English of Chester Street, Harry Nicholson, Newcastle, Rhys Housden of Hemel Hempstead, Max Murphy of Loughborough, Tyler Melbourne Smith saw a good swim he had yesterday to win the City of Liverpool, 16-year-old, Thomas Trebilcock of Plymouth, George Smith of Ellesmere College, Dean Ahmed of Royal Wolverhampton, and Camden Swiss Christian Huber. That gives you all these swimmers are in. Look at the far side of the pool, Christian Huber of Camden Swiss having a very good first 50 and just about leads from Dean Ahmed. There's not much in it though, and next 50 might change complexion rather rapidly here. Just holding on. 2 up from Christian Huber. George Smith, Ellesmere College, really good turn. Maybe forced himself into the front of the field. Smart money would be on George Smith of Ellesmere College now. Hard to see him being tipped, though he could be in 2. Well, he got it. Did just get it, George Smith. That was another blanket finish. And 50.56, 50.61, 50.74, top 3. George Smith, Tyler Melbourne Smith, and Harry Nicholson, the top 3, separated by 18/100ths of a second. So George Smith just getting his hand on the wall for the others. All right, heat 14. Matthew Taylor of Guildford, Thomas Bloor of Loughborough, Joshua Gammon of Bath, 2 from Loughborough University, Michael Ripper and Nicola Paskalev, Joseph Dobb of Bromley, Ben Blowers of City of Norwich, Swansea's Charlie Hopkins, Stefano Mitchell of Plymouth, and Daniel Genkas of Barking and Dagenham. Right, 1 and 2 and 5 all over together. Dobb just before Gammon and Bloor. This is a good race, very good race. There's 4 virtually in a line here, and 4 of them will get a turn virtually at the same time. Lane 1, Thomas Bloor, Michael Ripper, Nicola Paskalev. The 3 are in a line this side. Who's going to get the touch? Anybody's guess at this stage. I'll go 3 maybe, and I'll be right for once. 49.62 for Michael Ripper, who goes under that minute barrier, as indeed 3 of them do there. Joshua Gammon, 49.7. Thomas Bloor with a 49.9. Heat 15. Eugene Brooks-Clark, Cameron Brooks-Clark, the brothers together in 0 and 1. Adam Metcalf, Cameron Brooker. A really great meet so far. Looking to back it up again. Harry Constantine of Loughborough University, Charlie Brown of Loughborough, Bruno Kempster of Bath, Cameron Calvo of Portsmouth, Klimanevsky of Hatfield, and Ed Sharp of Skipton. This is going to be a really open race, this, potentially, because Charlie Brown will want to win it, Cam Brooker will want to win it, Harry Constantine will want to win it. All those in the centre of the wall. Look at this. Look at this. There's 8 going to the wall at about the same time, separated by 0.85 on that turn. This is mighty, mighty tight. Well, Brooker wants a piece of it. He's in lane 3. Constantine wants a piece of it. He's in lane 4. And it might just be, again, the Wickham swimmer, though Charlie Brown is responding. I think it's going to be Cam Brooker again for Wickham. 48.77. I don't think he's been beaten. In fact, I'm sure he hasn't been beaten in all the events he's done so far of the first 2 days. He's having an absolute stormer of a meet. Charlie Brown, 48.84. Harry Constantine, 49.31. That's an exceptional swim again. Heat number 16. Sam Need of Surrey, City of Birmingham, Jacob Jackson, Joel Watterson of Isle of Man, Alex Cahoon of Loughborough, Jamie Ingram, City of Manchester Aquatics, Thomas Watkin, City of Sheffield, Mount Kelly's Calvin Fry, Rowbottom Keating of City of Manchester Aquatics, Malachi Cohen of St Paul's, and William Riley of Bath University. Again, watch those centre lanes, 3, 4 and 5. Probably the winner's going to come from there. Jamie Ingram lead to the halfway stage. Alex Cahoon in second place. Joel Watterson in third. Now maybe a little bit of a break from lane number 4. Jamie Ingram starting to put a little bit more pace in. Starting to break open this field. Looks like he's got it, although Thomas Watkin, his own pool, of course, not going to catch him. Just not going to quite get there. It is going to be lane 4. And Jamie Ingram, what kind of time can he post? It is a 48.62. Tom Watkin in second place. Third is Joel Watterson, 49.48. Really good race again. And lots of swimmers there under 50. Final heat of the 100 meters freestyle for men. Some big names in here. ISL swimmers, Olympic swimmers. Aidan Simmons-Brown of Plymouth, Theo Cannon of Cambridge, Jacob Wibley of Plymouth, William Kearsey of Hatfield, Jacob Whittle de Vencio, Elliot Clogg of Loughborough, Jordan Cooley of Leeds, Alex Bragazi of Loughborough, another Loughborough, Jacob Goodman up there in 8, although he's not there. He has pulled out, and Jacob Davis in 9. So that's split. Jacob Whittle, Elliot Clogg pursuing him, but Whittle should be the class act of this field. Seen how he's emerged from 14, 15-year-old to really start to be one of the best that we produced in the 100 freestyle. I don't think anybody's going to catch him. They're not. Jacob Whittle is away and clear and quick, and a good time coming. 47.68. Take that. Good applause at Ponds Forge for that performance from Jacob Whittle. Absolutely destroying the field. 1.2 seconds clear of Elliot Clogg in the end, and Jordan Cooley in 3rd place. $1,500 meters freestyle for men, and this will be the first of 9 heats. 60 lengths of this Ponds Forge pool. We'll have plenty of time to take it very leisurely. Now line up here. Thomas Dixon, 16 years of age, from Leicester Sharks. James Cummings Candle from Portsmouth. Nathan Chapman of Mount Kelly. Leo White of Chester Street, Joseph Moment of Kingston upon Hull, and Leicester Sharks, Luke Stevens. So we have 3 16-year-olds, 1 17-year-old, and 2 15-year-olds in this. As you might imagine, early stages, the entry times are pretty similar right across the board. Fastest marginally, and it's only marginally, is Nathan Chapman at 16:44. Of course, as we see in short course long events of this nature, times do come down quite rapidly and in big chunks as well. So anybody on 16:45 will probably be thinking 16:30 is in range, if not better. So just feeling each other out early stages. Obviously their kick will come if needs be much later on in the process, but we've got 2 front runners at the moment, and we'll find those in lanes 3 and 6. James Cummings Candle and Joseph Moment. They are the early leaders in this one. Just trying to get the pacing right. They're going to try and get around if they can. 62, 63 maybe for their ability at this stage, maybe a little bit more than that. But at least they've got a race. Sometimes with these, when somebody's just a little bit better than the others, having to plough that lone furrow can be quite difficult, but these two are quite closely ranked at the moment. 0.08 between Joseph Moment and James Cummings Candle. Joseph from Kingston upon Hull, 15 years of age, with 16:46.51 entry time. James 16:45.19. So on paper there is 32 seconds between them, but I'm not sure that's necessarily representative, because obviously last year really had a massive impact on people's short course performances, and lack of them really. And the lead is remained pretty constant. It was 0.08, now 0.13. Now, what's happening behind is the likes of Tom Dixon, and also a bit further up in lane number 5, Leo White starting to make a move on the two leaders. You can see Tom Dixon is getting appreciably closer to James Cummings Candle than he was, the 16-year-old from Leicester Sharks. And the lead has not really changed that much. It's always been well under half a second. Remains that way. A few more people are joining in the fray now. With the leader still Joseph Moment. He looks to be opening up just a little bit more potentially here. It was about 0.43. I think it looks, to my eyes anyway, to be slightly bigger. And second place might well be Tom Dixon by the time they turn this time. But 0.43 it was. It's more than that now. It's over a second. So he's taken quite a bit out of that last 50. Tom Dixon didn't quite overtake James Cummings Candle, but looks to be coming, but also coming quite strongly is Nathan Chapman of Mount Kelly in lane number 4. Bit of momentum being shown by the 17-year-old, the 17-year-old in this field. But responding in kind is Joseph Moment. And opening up that lead now to well over a second. Biggest it's been in the race so far, 1.41 seconds. Nice advantage to have. Meanwhile, Tom Dixon and James Cummings Candle are racing each other down this side. And in the centre of the pool, Nathan Chapman and Leo White are doing likewise. Kind of on his own, Luke Stevens at the moment. But not tailed off. And he may well come in and join the third group there. Our leader was 1.4 ahead. Let's see whether they've managed to eat into that lead at all. 1.41 has become 1.82. So no, the reverse is true. He's taken another 0.4 out of the field. As Joseph Moment, so entering a 16.46. I imagine when he chatted to his coach, looking for maybe a 16.30, certainly a 15, 16, maybe 20-second chunk out of that personal best. So it was nearly 2 seconds the gap last time, though I get the feeling there's a bit of momentum coming from the Leicester Sharks. Thomas Dixon here. There's two Leicester Sharks in this race. Stevens the other one on the far side. Yeah, still about the same. No real change in the lead in terms of the gap, but you can see making a distinct move is Nathan Chapman now in lane number 4. In fact, Nathan Chapman could be up to second pretty soon, depending on this turn. Tom Dixon, James Cummings Candle, Nathan Chapman all pretty much in the line, trying to chase Joseph Moment. That lead could be over 2 seconds now. It is 2.12, so whilst they're racing each other, they're not catching our leader. We'll have a third under his belt, more than a third of the distance under his belt now, and that looks to be very easy. What they call easy speed, not looking like he's put an awful lot of effort in. Everybody else seems to be working a little bit harder than he. But the legs are doing what they need to do, just kind of working as ballast at the back. 2.12 becomes 2.16. So just little increments improving for our leader. Well, the ones behind are starting to race. Now they are starting to, on that angle, look like they're getting a bit closer, but when we see the clock, it doesn't seem to change a great deal. Thomas Dixon, Nathan Chapman are now in second and third. Our leader has been out there for quite some time. We won't want to relinquish this lead. I think it might be getting a little bit, well, I say a little bit tighter. Maybe it's not. It's still over 2 seconds. Yeah, still went from 2.12, 2.16 to 2.18. So whilst there's not a massive improvement, he's holding on to that over 2 second advantage. There's 3 of them in the line now. Behind James Cummings Candle, Nathan Chapman and Leo White. And they do seem to have essentially dropped Tom Dixon, James Cummins Candle and Nathan Chapman do seem to have potentially dropped Leo White here of the front runners. 2.06, so first time it's actually come down for a while. Not by a great deal, but it has come down a little bit, and there's still a lot of time. When they come up next end, it will be 30 lengths. 30 lengths remaining, so this is the halfway stage of the 1500 freestyle. And the gap is maybe under 2 seconds now for the first time. No, it's right on it, 2.04. It's quite metronomic, this lead. Nathan Chapman of Mount Kelly. James Cummins Candle, Thomas Dixon, all very closely grouped in 2, 3 and 4 and virtually turning together. I'm going to get that lead down below 2 seconds. Hasn't been that way for a while. Still remains at well over 2 now probably. Yeah, he's taken another half a second or more out of the field as our leader. Looks like he's not easing off. And whilst they're trying hard to catch him, still a long way to go, of course, but not appreciably eating into that lead. 16:46.51 was his best time. I think we can safely assume he's going to go under that, and probably 2 or 3 others might do as well. Still waiting for that lead to come down below 2, and it still has not. Although that's about half a second the field have taken out of him this time, 2.13. And I think Nathan Chapman is thinking now is the time to maybe make his move and break away from the others and try and set his sights on overhauling our long-term leader, Joseph Moment. 15-year-old now being pursued by Nathan Chapman. Have we got that lead down below 2 yet? Yes, we have. First time in a while, 1.81. Quite the lead has been. But when we get down the far end, it'll be 22 meters, 20 lengths to go of this 1500 freestyle heat number 1. And, he's pretty much well aware of the threat that's being posed around him. Thomas Dixon's starting to make his way back into contention again. And that lead up above 2, just put a little kick in there. It's a nice, I won't say languid stroke, but he certainly gets the job done without seemingly putting an awful lot of effort in. Whereas the others are having to work hard to try and get back on terms. So we've been fairly closely grouped for a while, but once again, it's Nathan Chapman who's making that move. Joseph Moment, 2.07 up at the moment. So Moment is having his moment out in front. Now when do they try, if they've got it, put in a kick finish? Maybe it's now. Gap is still over 2 seconds. It's 2.14. Still enough time. 18 laps there was that time to go. 16 when they returned down to that end of the pool. And you know what, appreciably, it looks like it's getting a bit closer, but still a long way away from overhauling the man who's done all the hard work. We can see the effort being put in by Nathan Chapman now, just to try and come alongside her. As he responds, Tom Dixon responds. And that lead might just be a little bit lower. It is. They've taken half a second out of our leader, and there's still enough time for them to overhaul him. And Nathan Chapman is obviously intent on doing that. He's appreciably closer now. Not quite onto his feet, but very close to being onto his feet. Joseph Moment's done all the hard work here, and Nathan Chapman might just take all that hard work away from him. It's down to about a second now, I reckon, on this turn. 1.08. Halved that advantage in just 100 meters. Nathan Chapman really going for it now. And he might well be alongside Joseph Moment before long. Kingston upon Hull swimmer being eaten up by Nathan Chapman 2 lanes up. And don't discard Tom Dixon either, because he has designs on winning this as well. Might have 3 all going for the finish in the first heat of the 1500 free. Moment still leading, but it's down below a second, and that's the first time it's been that for a long, long time. Watch Tom Dixon of Leicester Sharks. He could be the spoiler here, because he's not too far away. Top 3 are now quite closely grouped. Still Moment leads. Nathan Chapman has not overhauled him yet, but they are going to be side by side when they come into the turn this time. With 10 to go. Over goes Moment, 68 100ths. Tom Dixon still holding, I think, a watching brief. I think there's still maybe a little bit left in the tank of the Leicester Sharks swimmer. How long will it be before Nathan Chapman overhauls Joseph Moment? Well, he might be doing it now. This could be the length in which he does it. They're going to go into the wall absolutely together. I think we have a new leader potentially here. Oh, he's held on by 12 100ths. But Nathan Chapman surely is good. Yeah, here he comes. And so too does Tom Dixon. I'm saying watch him. Dixon's 1.57 back, but maybe he won't be by the time they return to the other end of the pool. 7 lengths of this Ponds Forge pool to go. And we have a new leader. Nathan Chapman has moved to the front of the field, but Moment's responded. Actually, Moment's taken it over again, potentially here. He has. Joseph Moment's actually taken the lead back from Chapman. Chapman now responds. He starts to come past him. Tom Dixon then responds as well. All 3 of them will be hearing the bell very soon. There'll be 4 to go when they reach the other end. So another 100 meters to go when they turn this time. What a cracking finish this is going to be between Nathan Chapman and Joseph Moment, and say Tom Dixon maybe just a little bit too far behind with 100 to go. Let's see. Joseph Moment is digging in for all he's worth, but it looks like Nathan Chapman has just about got his measure. There will be 50 to go when they come back to the far end. So the last 50 coming up. And Joseph Moment did all the work. There's the bell to signify their last 2 lengths. Really gutsy swim from both the 15-year-old Joseph Moment and the 17-year-old Nathan Chapman. And both will be going inside, well, should be going inside their personal best. It's going to be a little bit tight, if I'm absolutely honest. I think they'll both get there. They'll both be under their entry times. Nathan Chapman 16:44. Joseph Moment's coming back. Joseph Moment's coming back. Joseph Moment can still win this. Joseph Moment has won it. What an astonishing finish that was. Separated out by 0.2 of a second at the end of a 16-minute and 36-second race. Astonishing stuff. Joseph Moment led that race for the majority of it, was usurped and overtaken by Nathan Chapman, and just on that last couple of strokes, Joseph Moment got it back again with a 16:36.39. So that is a good 10-second personal best. What a cracking race. Often that is the case with the 1500. Some people might think they're dull, but they often produce really close and engrossing finishes like that was. Well done, those two. Exceptional stuff. On to the Next heat of the 1500 freestyle with Daniel Drianovsky of Barnet Koptal, Kurish Kodakar of City of Leeds, Finley Pope of Stockport Metro, Philip Novacki of Tigers of Jersey, Harry Hewitt of Millfield, Joe Ritson of Wrekin College, Leicester Sharks with Alex Keeble, Winsford, going up into the Winsford posse, and those watching in from Winsford going in lane number 7, Tom Hawkins of Bexley in lane 8, and Harry Courtney of Tyndale in lane number 9. Liz Warner says, can you give a shout out to Bassett Law Swims squad? 8 qualifiers this year, 7 swimmers racing today. Lewis Warner into his second final of his first ever national competition. Very happy to do that for you, Liz. Well done to the Bassett Law team. Not too many miles away from here. Thank you for your comments, Mike. Yeah, it does happen, you know, mate. It does happen. I'm only doing as many names as I am, but we'll get it. We'll get it right in the end. Or we'll try to anyway. So, early stages. Harry Hewitt of Millfield in on a 16:38.65. And also there is Harry Courtney of Tyndale. So I'm getting rather excited because West Ham have just beaten Chelsea by 3-2, so I'm rather distracted by that. Where I should have been today, but no, I'm at Bondsforge doing this event, which I love, of course I do, but my beloved football club has just beaten Chelsea by 3-2, so excuse me if I just lose a bit of concentration for a moment. Let's try and get back onto the swimming. And heat number 2 of the 1500. We have quite a few of these. We have 9 in total. Whether they're going to be quite as good as the first one, we'll have to wait and see. That was a really terrific first 1500. And good work by Joseph Moment to just get that win at the end. So, setting the pace by a very big margin, early stages. It's Harry Hewitt, Millfield. 3.39 ahead of the field, and unlike the other one that we just saw, there were 2 or 3 all fairly closely grouped together. Harry Hewitt at Millfield is looking to take a substantial chunk out of that 16:38, which is what he had leading into this. And can be a very lonely existence, the 1500 free. If you don't have anybody else to race, you're racing the clock, you're racing your own stroke and racing your own technique as well. Harry Hewitt, 16-year-old from Millfield, looking very, very good indeed at this stage. How big is that gap? Well, it's got to be 6 or 7 meters. I'd say a bit more actually than that. Time terms, it's 5.15 seconds. So we'll see whether Courtney can reel him in. We've got 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and a 17-year-old in Alex Keeble of Leicester Sharks. And Harry Hewitt is showing us a clean pair of heels and very nearly showing us half the pool is his. So 5.15 is going to be surely more than that now, I would have thought. 5.91, so he's taking half a second out of the field every 50 at the moment. So Harry Hewitt will be overtaking some of the back markers before too long. If he keeps going at this pace. 42 lengths to go. So 5.91 was the lead, last 50 split. Now it's up to 6.72. It's taking 0.8 out of the field this time. He is absolutely flying. Harry Hewitt, Millfield, is going like a train. And there definitely will be some swimmers, quite a few potentially being lapped in this before long. just intrigued to see how high he can get this lead, because it must be more than 7 seconds now. It's got to be. 6.72 is now 7. It's taken a full second out of the. It's taken a full second out of the field in 50 meters. We keep going at this pace, he'll be something like 20 seconds ahead of people at the end of the race. If he keeps going like this, and there's no indication he won't, 16-year-old from Millfield is looking absolutely sublime at this stage. And we'll keep you up to date on that gap. I know that I'm not mentioning anybody else. I will do in just a moment. Obviously, Courtney is now 8.75 adrift. Harry Courtney of Tynedale in lane 9. It's on a 16.44, but Harry Hewitt, great with the calculations. As we get nearer the end of the race, I'll try and work out where he might go, but he's got to be aiming surely here for a 16-minuter. Or 16.05 or 16.10, something in the low 16s anyway. Got to be. 6.21. And that lead, which was 8 seconds, is now 9 seconds. Literally is taking a second out of the field on every 50 right now. And as you can see, we're still early stages. There's still another 34 lengths to go. That's astonishing. This will be almost certainly a 10-second advantage for Harry Hewitt on this race. 10.28. Another half a second he's taken out of the field. See what's happening further back down the field, because it's probably harder to work out. I'll tell you when he turns next time, and then we'll look and see who's doing what behind, because they're racing as best they can. They're just not able to keep with Harry Hewitt at all. In fact, you can only see one other swimmer in the picture, top of your picture, Harry Courtney. Now, Harry Courtney will be half the length of the pool behind, in fact more than that, by the time he turns. Not such a big gap in terms of him increasing it this time, although he did increase it to 10.64. Third place is Alex Keeble. Fourth is Joe Ritson. Fifth is Philip Navaki. And Korish Kodakar is in sixth. That's where all those swimmers are, in case you're watching and saying, well, yeah, you're talking about our leader a lot. Where's our swimmers? Well, I'll tell you where they are. They're having their own battle further down. Now, have we got this lead up to 11 seconds yet? We have, 11 points. In fact, so much so, it hardly stays on the screen long enough for me to tell you how long it is. 11.39 it was, in case you blinked and missed it. Now, Harry Hewitt, let's try and do some calculations soon if we can. He is just about to lap the swimmer, by the way. He's just about to lap Daniel Drunovsky of Barnet Copthall. There he goes. Goes past him. So first of the swimmers who's been lapped by our leader. I don't think he'll be the last. Harry Hewitt from Millfield, 16 years of age. He's got some great talent coming through at Millfield, as we're seeing from this. I'm trying to estimate how big the lead is now. I think probably 13 seconds. I'm not sure it's even going to appear on your screen. 9:05.66. No, it's not. So I'll have to work it out for you. It is 12, just over 12 seconds. 12 seconds. Our timing device actually can't keep up with the gap now. It's over 12 seconds. 24 laps to go next time. So 9:38 for our leader. Next turn for Harry Courtney is 9:51, so it's 13 seconds or thereabouts between our leader, who's now got his eyes set on maybe lapping. I think maybe we can see he's got 3 more swimmers in his sights to lap here. There's 2 he's catching up fairly quickly. Right, 10:11 at 9:50. Okay, well, he's going to knock a massive chunk off his PB. That much I can assume, and I can predict at this stage, but how much, I don't know. Quite demoralising for everybody else, because there are two swimmers, in fact, there's three swimmers, who might get lapped in the next 50 to 100 metres. See him at the top of the picture. Lead of Hewitt's 10:44, so I reckon it's getting up towards 15 seconds now. It's just over 14 actually, just over 14 seconds between first and second. This is an absolute procession for Harry Hewitt. Again, if it was long course, it's easier for me in my mathematically strained brain to work out the splits, but 11:17 is where he stopped the clock on that turn. 10:50, and Harry Courtney has been second all the way through. It's still second for Tyndale in lane number 9. This time they've not come up yet. Okay, I mean, just to miss that. But here come two more swimmers being lapped. In fact, 3 more swimmers being lapped. Yeah, that's 4 swimmers have now been lapped by Harry Hewitt. 4. Quite remarkable swim, this. 4 swimmers have been lapped by our leader, Harry Hewitt. I've long since stopped saying who might win this, because he's been so dominant in this race for so long. And he's not going to lap the whole field, but he's going to lap pretty much half of it, I think, by the time this race is finished. And right, 1200 we'll get an idea of what he might potentially do here. So I can do some calculations for you. Certainly, that 16:38 is going to be signed to history. Guy's second, by the way, at the top of the screen, is almost 25 metres behind now. Harry Hewitt, 12:55 at 1200. Well, he's got to be around 16 minutes. He's got to be inside 16 minutes. I'm having arguments with myself mathematically, but he's entered in on a 16:38. Well, he's going to be much nearer 16 minutes than that. Actually, somebody could do their calculations quickly in their head, but I can't with this. But there are 10 laps, 10 lengths of this Swans Forge ball to go. 13:28 is where he turns. Now, Harry Courtney, I believe, is still second. But he's nearly 25 metres adrift. 13:45. So the gap is now 17 seconds. Harry Courtney, at the top of your picture there, is in second place. I'm trying to work out how many more. There's 2. There can't be many now to be lapped. Because everybody, I'm trying to work out, Harry Courtney won't be lapped, I don't think, because he's top of your picture and is coming back now, so he's all right. He's literally 25 metres. You saw them pass on that red marker. He's 25 metres adrift of our leader, who has 8 laps to go. And he's going to be in for a very, very impressive time. It's quite an interesting race to watch this, because you're probably getting very confused, because there are swimmers all over the place now, and there are 2 more in his sights, I think. I think he's got 2 more potentially to lap here, and that will be 2/3 of the field past over 50 metres. And he's getting stronger, if anything. This is the amazing thing about this swim. He's actually seemingly getting stronger. 15:07.69 of that turn. Now, he is now, I reckon, 30 to 35 meters clear of anybody else in this race. And it's just going to be lapping and lapping and unlapping and more lapping. Bell coming for our Leland. Right, he's got to now be probably 16:10, something like that. Surely. Let's have a look. 16 was certainly 16:10. He's going to lap another swimmer as well now. 16:10 to 16:15. I think 16:10 is maybe a bit ambitious, but certainly, well, maybe not. Yeah, it could be slightly outside. 16:11. Oh, 16:12. Well, if I had a hat, I would take it off to you, Harry. That is absolutely superb. The gap between the winner and second place is going to be absolutely enormous. The second place swimmer, Harry Courtney, just coming in top of your picture. In fact, hold on. Yeah. Courtney is finished, 16:33. So he won that by 21 seconds. My calculations are right. Is that right? Yeah, 21 seconds. Harry Hewitt beat Harry Courtney by Alex Keeble in third place, who didn't overtake those, but he did overtake pretty much all of that field. Hang on a second. What's happening here? No, maybe I got this wrong. Maybe because it was certainly Harry Courtney was up there. I think the timing device is finding it quite hard to keep up with this as well. Our winner definitely with 16:12.25 was Harry Hewitt. And I thought Harry Courtney was, unless Harry Courtney starting to really go backwards, they've got him at 17:05. Right, the board is saying, the board is as confused as I am, because they don't give us a second place at the moment. That is really interesting. There is no second place swimmer on the board. There was Harry Hewitt. Then there's two third place swimmers, which is not correct. So the timing device has gone completely haywire here. Alex Keeble has got the second fastest time on the board. So I'm assuming Alex Keeble will be given second, and Philip Novacki third, but Harry Courtney must have had a real blow up, because Harry Courtney was second for so long there. Yeah. Yeah, that's, what's on your screen is not correct. The only part of that is correct is the Harry Hewitt bit. There is no second place on there, and I'm working out from the board, second place has to be Alex Keeble of Leicester Sharks. Third place to Philip Novacki, and fourth place to Joe Ritson. I believe that's correct. Certainly haven't got a joint 8th or a joint 6th or a joint 3rd. That's all wrong, although the scoreboard has it wrong as well, but I think what I'm telling you is correct. Certainly the winner is most definitely correct. So that's all we should really need to concentrate ourselves and concern ourselves with. 16:12, what it means, in effect, without losing sight of the fact that our winner, Harry Hewitt, has taken half a minute off his time. Pretty nearly, anyway. It's 26, 27 seconds he's taken off it. Let's get down 16:12. Yeah, it might be a little bit of a delay while they try and sort things out. Scoreboard's just had a bit of a mental breakdown, so we'll wait for that to sort itself out. They've got all kinds of speculation going on at the moment about what's going on with the scoreboard. Somebody just suggested, and I don't think this can be the case, that somebody swam 2 lengths too many. Because I'm convinced, unless something was happening that I didn't see, that Harry Courtney was second for so long, and then it's come up on the board as 7th. So I think there's something definitely amiss, unless he started going backwards. Ah, hooray. I'm vindicated. Harry Courtney was second, 16:33. Yeah, it's now been corrected. But that's not right either, is it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think we've got it right now. 16:12 for Harry Hewitt, 16:33 for Harry Courtney, and third was Philip Nowacki. All right, so ignore what I told you before. This is now the definitive result. Harry Hewitt, 16:12. Harry Courtney in second, and third was Alex Keeble. Yeah. I knew my eyes were not deceiving me. Harry Courtney, I would have found very hard in a race like that to have gone from second to 7th in that time. I mean, it can happen. Obviously, people can catch a crab and start going backwards, but I thought it was unlikely he'd lose 5 places in that space of time. So there we go. Everybody at Tyndale, you can breathe easy because he was second, and Alex Keeble was third. There you go. Alex Keeble was third in the end. Right, I think we've now got that sorted. At least I hope we've got it sorted. Whew. Blame it all on Harry Hewitt for confusing our technology here by being so far in front. All right, bit of a delay before we get into heat number 3, but here we come. Tom McCabe of Stockport Metro in 0. Lane 1. Here's Jack Pallant of Team Waveney. Most of the Waveney crew who are either here or watching back at home. Noah Jameson Neal, Plymouth Leander goes in 2. Matthew Batchelor of Rushmore goes in 3. Sam Peck, City of Cambridge in 4. Archie Neves of Ellesmere is in 5. 6 is Luca Arioli of Mount Kelly. Luke Critchlow of Stockport Metro. James Plant of Borough of Kirklees. 9, George Whiteman of City of Peterborough. I think I remember Harry Hewitt's name for a while after today. Well done, Harry. Blistering performance with that 16:12. Let's see how many of these 16:32s and 33s can get themselves down to that kind of mark. We're not going to have a front runner like we saw with Harry, I don't think, in this one. Not early stages. Anyway, Noah Jameson Neal of Plymouth Leander starting to set the pace. Sam Peck, 21 years of age, from City of Cambridge, is currently in second. And these are the call of feeling out lengths. You're just starting to get your rhythm, get your tempo, trying to set the pace for your 1500. Back, and then Pallant of Team Waveney in 3rd place. And so, yeah, always try and give the, say, inverted commas, this is not being disparaging smaller clubs to mention, because we're talking about Team Bath and Loughborough and Sheffield and Leeds, Mount Kelly. Those kind of teams, Plymouth Leander even, we talk about a lot, but smaller teams with maybe a handful of swimmers here this weekend deserve an equal mention, as they're achieving personal bests and great times. And we're seeing some of the smaller clubs break out and actually beat the bigger ones this weekend, which is kind of what we want. We'll see where that talent is emerging from around the country with all these clubs we have in England. We went from up in Cumbria down to Devon. And those clubs in Kent, those clubs in Northumberland, for example, right across the country. So, Noah Jameson Neal of Plymouth Leander entered in on a 16:34.40. 17 years of age. And whilst he may not be quite as dominant as the previous heat, still got a nice margin between him and the rest right now. Second is Sam Peck. Third, Jack Pallant. Fourth, Luca Arioli and Mount Kelly. Then Luke Critchlow of Stockport Metro. Sixth is Matthew Batchelor at the moment. As often happens in the 1500, it's starting to get strung out a little bit. So when you've got a front runner who is starting to just extend his lead, we'll keep an eye on that lead for Noah Jameson-Neal, which currently stands at 4.54. Kind of going along similar lines to where we were with Harry Hewitt here as well. And the lead looks appreciably like it's increasing every 50. And then quite a big gap to second. Not quite such a big gap to third and fourth. Nice controlled stroke. Not too much rolling of the shoulders from our leader, who had 4.5 seconds advantage last time we got a split. Now has a 5-second advantage, so this is somewhat like Harry Hewitt in the previous heat, taking half a second out of the field with every 50. Battle for second is not as clear-cut. It's up there, Luca Arioli and Luke Critchlow of Stockport Metro, having a little tussle in 6 and 7. Our leader, however, looks like they've extended that lead beyond 5 seconds now to 5.85, so it's taken another 0.85 out of the field. Now remember, all the entry times for these early heats are very similar. So in this one, for example, fastest time is Sam Peck, 16:32.6, and the slowest is 16:38.15. So those 6 seconds between them in short course entry times, but there's going to be a lot more than that by the time we come to the conclusion of this one, because our leader already has a 5.97 lead. Needs 6-second lead. Wasn't as big this time in terms of taking out chunks over the others, but as you can see visibly, already got good 15 meters. I'm kind of getting on that way, a bit less than that at the moment, but it's getting an appreciably big stage for our leader. Well over 6-second lead now. 6.71. The interesting part of this race is going to be what's happening behind, not so much our leader, but what's happening behind with the three that are pursuing him. Lane 4, as I say, Sam Peck has the fastest entry time slightly, and then the two up from him, Luca Arioli and Luke Critchlow, having their own little battle, and they are getting appreciably closer, it seems, to Sam Lowe, but they're not getting any closer to our leader, who's now taken that lead to 7.68 seconds. Let's keep a look at the battle for second, which is going to have 3 involved in it fairly soon. It's overhauling our leader. It'll be a different task altogether. Noah Jameson-Neal, 17 years of age, from Plymouth Leander. Has an 8.54 lead over Sam Peck. And now he's getting joined very rapidly by Luke Critchlow of Stockport Metro, the 16-year-old, top of your picture there with the black cap, maybe just moving into second place now. We're about to potentially, right alongside Sam Peck. Yeah, Critchlow does just get in front So 9.27 seconds there is in terms of a gap between our leader and our new second place swimmer. See, that is now 15 meters and increasing between the man in front, Noah Jamieson-Neal, and second placed Luke Critchlow. I'll stop Paul Metro now. Lead almost up to 10, 9.53 seconds. Just about halfway now. 30 lengths of this Ponds Forge pool to go. By the way, I'm getting a lot of observations from people about doing Donna Litchfield. Thank you, Donna. We are getting like captions, like translations on the screen of some of the things I'm saying, and apparently they bear no relation whatsoever to what I'm saying, which is quite funny. I'm not sure I want to see it or actually hear what it says, but people are telling me that the YouTube translation of what is being said by me in commentary is actually very amusing. Might have a channel of all of its own at some point, but at this stage I think I'm probably best avoiding it, to be honest, don't you? Back to the racing, and back to our leader. Has been our leader all the way since the beginning, Noah Jamieson-Neal in lane 2, and he's going to lap first of the swimmers. Tom McCabe is going to get reeled in now, and so he goes past him. And chance of anybody catching our leader looks distinctly remote. That lead actually doesn't now seem to be quite as big, or does it? Still about the same, I think, about 10 seconds. Yeah, 9.54. The lead actually has not changed that much recently. Luke Critchlow has kept that lead under 10 seconds for the last 150. So yeah, we're thinking about maybe making some inroads. I don't think he's got enough room or time to do that. But if he can keep it below 10 seconds, that'd be good. But I think he might just have extended it a little bit more. Yeah, 10.18. So now leader and the Stockport Metro swimmer up there in lane number 7. So looking good for second place. Our leader looking very good for first place, and I think he's got another couple of swimmers in his sights to lap. Another one being lapped, another one about to be lapped. 10.43 that turn. 10.19. I said the lead is not moving up massively, staying about the same all the way through now, so that's a lot of credit to 16-year-old Luke Critchlow in 7. Over he goes again. It's Noah Jamieson-Neal, 11.16.77 at that turn. Let's see whether the lead remains about 10.2, 10.4 now. So whilst it's just increasing a little bit, it's not increasing by a great deal. And another swimmer just about to be lapped. Looks like James Plant is the next one for our leader to come past. Which, when you get the times at the end, you'll see that quite a few of these swimmers have actually done PBs. So they've actually improved on their short course entry time. It's just that some swimmers have really broken out of the pack and have done superb things. And next is potentially Jack Pallant to be overtaken by Noah Jamieson-Neal. .14 to go. In terms of lengths as Ponds Forge pool for our leader. 10.61, yeah, so you see, whilst it's increasing, it's only very minuscule amounts. Another swimmer to be lapped. Which we know that caused utter confusion with the scoreboard. But the leader will not worry, will not be concerned about that. All he'll be concerned about is putting in a really good time and the best time ever, which is now pretty much guaranteed for Noah Jameson-Neal of Plymouth Theander. 16:34.40 was the entry time. In about 3 minutes time it will no longer be his best time, because that is going to go the way of all flesh. Ten to go. 10 lengths to go. He might be up about 11 seconds now, potentially. Oh no, he's brought it back. It's actually gone the other way. Thought it might have increased, but Luke Critchlow has brought it under 10 for the first time in about 300 meters. So he is eating into that lead, and actually appreciably you can see that. Look at the top of your picture. He definitely has put in a bit of a burst, and it might well be down around 8 seconds now, potentially 8 something. It's actually, no, it's back up to 10. Actually, think he might be making some inroads. It's back up to double figures again. Well, it's been a beautifully controlled race, a bit like the previous one. The front runners in the 1500 have been really going strongly right the way through the race. And Noah Jameson-Neal, 17-year-old. We are certainly looking for long-distance swimmers in this country. It's a bit of a barren area, to be absolutely honest. It's not that whilst we can laud and praise, and we do, our 100, 200 freestylers. When we start getting to the top end in distance, there's not a great deal there. We need some more coming through. And maybe we're seeing some emerging swimmers. Might take a little bit longer to get them up to international standard, but here's one who's moving in the right direction in a big way. Jameson-Neal. Not long to go now for him, so we can start to maybe speculate about a time, because the bell is not too far away. 2 laps to go. Here comes the bell for Noah Jameson-Neal. Let's add 50 onto that. Well, he's going to be, what do you reckon, 16:10 maybe? Maybe a little bit quicker than Harry Hewitt, to 16:12. 16:10 would be nice. Might be a little bit optimistic. We'd like to go inside 16:12, which was Harry Hewitt's time. Noah Jameson-Neal. Oh yes, done better than I thought. 16:07. 16:07. 14 for Noah Jameson-Neal, and he has won that by an appreciable margin. Let's have a look at lane 7 coming in for second place. That is Luke Critchlow in a 16:21, so he has taken his 16:37 down to 16:21. And look at the race on for third place. I think they're all in the same length. Yes, they are. Matthew Batchelor just getting the touch. There's an absolute sprint between Batchelor, Peck and Arioli, and it was Batchelor who came up with the goods. So Noah Jameson-Neal now much closer to 16 minutes than 17 where he was before. That's a terrific performance, and we've got some more good ones to come yet, I'm sure. Just going to see in George Whiteman, not his day. Not his day, so Tom McCabe, not his day. Yeah, we're going to have a junior final 400, it's actually 100 freestyle. 100 freestyle swim off to come. for the junior final between Jan Springer and Harry Wynne-Jones. So we're going to interrupt the flow of the 1500 to bring you a swim off. Now, the law of the swim off is that both swimmers will go quicker than they did in the heats. It is the law of the swim off, which always then begs the question, why did you not do this earlier on? The 51.66 was the time for both of these swimmers. I can assure you both will go quicker than 51.66. Absolutely assure you both will do that. And look at it, there's nothing between them. Absolutely nothing between them. 7 100ths between. Yeah, it has happened before, by the way, a swim off of a swim off. But they'll be hoping that's not the case. But I can absolutely guarantee they will both go under 51.66. Because that's what happens in swim offs, unless one gives up and didn't think they're going to win it. But the winner will be certainly quicker. And it does look like Harry Wynne-Jones is going to get the touch and will both go quicker. Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did. Harry Wynne-Jones, I think, might have been the fastest entrant for the junior final. That would be ridiculous. 50.9. So he actually went 3/4 of a second quicker in the swim off than he did in the original swim. I never understand. It's one thing all the years I've been covering swimming, and I can never get swimmers or coaches to explain to me how that happens. If you could do it now, why couldn't you do it in the heat? Baffles me. I've asked the best coaches in this country that question, and they never can give me an answer because they don't know why their swimmers do that. It's an absolute anathema to me and to them. If you can go half a second quicker in a swim off, you can do it in the morning. And he would have had to put himself through another swim like that. But there you go. One of those things that never really gets answered. Heat number 4, here we go, of the 1500 meters freestyle. Razvan Gromanevsku of Northampton, Daniel McGuinness of Basildon, Jack Booth Rudd of Maidenhead, Max Shaw of City of Milton Keynes, Sam Lowe of Guernsey, Luke Booth of Rotherham Metro, Charles Crew of Monson, Oliver Pope of Thanet, Mark Milburn of Colchester, and Connor Thorpe of City of Sheffield. Daniel McGuinness is 15. All the rest are either 16 or 17. We have an empty lane there, which is the lane that should have been occupied by Max Shaw. There is no Max Shaw, he's gone. Everybody else is involved in this competition. And we'll look to the top of the pool for where the early leader comes from. Oliver Pope of Thanet Swim looks to be out in front, and is. Oliver Pope, which could be a good chance. So he swims for Thanet to say, I'm part of the campaign to try and get a 50-metre pool for Kent. I know every county wants one. Every county should have one. Every major city should have one at least. But Kent has quite Spartan facilities for such a big county, quite a lot of people as well, so hopefully we might, in time, in my lifetime, to get a 50-metre pool there. And in other places too. I talked to the Northampton coach today about their lack of facilities and having to use, so many clubs are having to use school facilities or leisure centres now, which aren't necessarily set up for high-class swimming. As we know, a lot of swimming facilities are used by the public, and that's the priority. So they have to swim at times when the public are not. 5 o'clock in the morning, 9, 10 o'clock at night. It often does beg the question, why do swimmers do it when there's not always a great financial cachet at the end of it? Well, they do it because they enjoy it, of course. Without them, of course, we wouldn't have these weekends. But it's just interesting, as I'm talking around this 1500 freestyle, to see the amount of entrants we have for a short course winter meet here. The reason that we have 2 pools, where we have the women in one pool and the men in another pool, is that we just have so many entrants, and it would have been completely unwieldy to have done it in one. So it does show, well, kind of indicates to me that British swimming and English swimming in particular this weekend is really getting back to its roots again. It's starting to unearth some great talent and is hopefully starting to back the smaller clubs from whence some of the big names come. You look at some of them have come through in recent times. I mentioned Jacob Peters earlier, the work that was done with him in pool. I think it was quite a wrench for him to leave pool to go to Bath, but he's now got the facilities and the environment. But it was pool that did it. Maidenhead, of course, were responsible for our 200 freestyle winner, Tom Dean, the Olympics. And go back a bit further, and City of Derby with Adam Peaty, etc. All these swimmers emerged from clubs. They didn't come through national centres. They were taken to national centres. The two Litchfield brothers obviously cut their teeth here in Sheffield. Indeed, quite a few of the swimmers who are now at Loughborough cut their teeth at Sheffield. So it's good just to remember that the club system is thriving in this country. Probably needs a bit more backing and a bit more enthusiasm from local councils, etc., to get that money and facilities done. But even with sparse facilities and not maybe the ideal ones, this country is still producing some really great talent. And I think we're pretty optimistic, aren't we, for the World Champs next year and for the Commonwealth Games and also for the Olympics in 2024 when it comes around in Paris. I think I won't be too optimistic to say that I think actually we might even have a better team potentially going to Paris than we had in Tokyo, which is very exciting stuff. Anyway, I've talked around this enough. We need to keep concentrating now on what's happening in the pool. And we are looking at Luke Booth of Rotherham Metro, just up the road here, talking about local clubs. Rotherham just a few miles up the road from Sheffield. And Luke Booth, 16 years of age. We'll be hoping to get well below that 16:25:48, which is his entry time. He has been swimming quite a lot recently and doing a bit of short course. And his time at 500 meters, so we are a third of the way gone, 5:17. Now, if you times that by 3, you can't necessarily do that with this, but he'd be right on the cusp of going under 16. Well, going to try and keep that pace going for quite some time. But I know he's having chatted with him when we were up for the Northeast Counties not so long ago, that he was feeling in pretty good form. He's been swimming a bit since then. And I think there's every likelihood that Luke might be knocking on the door of that 16 and getting well inside it potentially as well. Charles Crew of Monson in second place, Oliver Pope of Thanet Swim in third. Keep an eye on that lead, see whether any real inroads are being made by the following two. But Luke Booth, 6:22:44. Lead at the moment is 2.48, so not the huge lead that we saw in the previous ones, but this is a little bit more competitive. So in the front of the field anyway. It's a very steady, quite rhythmic stroke. So you're getting the job done. Again, feet not having to do much, just a little flutter kick occasionally. No big kicks needed at this stage. They'll come in if needs be a little later on. Luke Booth looking pretty secure, pretty sound with things, increasing that lead up to beyond 3 seconds now. Charles Crew of Monson in second place. Oliver Pope going okay, early leader from Thanet Swim. .32 lengths of this Ponds Forge pool remaining for Luke Booth of the Metro. Lead, he's taking about a second out of them now. It was fairly solid in terms of the lead for a while. around 2.5, and that's gone up to 4.09. So getting an appreciable lead. 2 behind is starting to break up a little bit now too. I imagine Luke Booth's target is to get towards 16. In fact, I know it is. And he's got every chance of doing that. Got every chance. If he can get inside 16, that would be short course. That would be a brilliant result. Maybe asking a lot, but he's certainly in that kind of range right now. And that 4-second lead. He's halfway when he turns this time. .832 at 800. It's over halfway, of course. 50 in addition to that, so 800 now. 3.80 is the lead. Obviously not being raced by someone in lane 4. Ignore Sam Lowe, because it's not him who's going to be in second place. He's in 8th at the moment. Luke Booth with Charles Crew in second place. Oliver Pope in 3rd. The gap between 1 and 2 is still around 4 seconds, 4.14. So he has lapped the swimmer. So looking like everything's working very well for Luke right now. I'd like to increase that lead just a little bit more so he has some insurance over the latter stages, but it's up around 4.5 probably. Yeah, 4.44. Just increasing incrementally by about 0.3 every 50. I'd like to get a bit of a buffer over the rest before it comes to the last stages. Charles Crew, Oliver Pope hasn't really changed that much in recent times. They've been the 1, 2, 3 for the majority of this race. Now, can he get up to 5 seconds potentially here? Yeah, he can. 5.04. And lead just starting to pull out a little bit further. Talking of Charles Crew, 16:28.13 for the Monson swimmer. Oliver Pope, 16:28. They should all easily, you'd think, be inside their PB's short course today. Luke Booth still seems to be very strong. Threw himself into that wall as he did his tumble turn. 5.21 is now the advantage. And the stars of Rotherham Metro. A little club up the road, which is like Doncaster often gets to use this facility. The Doncaster Darts have provided Sheffield with quite a few swimmers along the way, and Rotherham do occasionally get to swim in this facility. Well over 5 second lead now for Luke Booth, up to 6.14 over his nearest challenger. And I use the word challenger advisedly because he's not really putting a challenge in. He's just happy to hold on solidly to second place. There's about the same gap between 1 and 2 as there is between 2 and 3. The hard work, the back-breaking work of the 1500 is coming towards its conclusion. 16 lengths remaining for our leader, whose lead is now up to 6.51, biggest lead of the race so far. 6.51. Keep an eye on what's happening. Third place, Oliver Pope in third. Fourth is Razvan Romanescu. And fifth is Jack Booth Rudd. At the moment, sixth is Mark Milburn. That's your top 6. In this heat of 1500 freestyle. And 6.98, almost up to 7 seconds now for Luke Booth. He's looking very good to take a massive chunk potentially off his PB. Entry time is 16:25. Well, I think we can say that's going to go quite comfortably, but how much? Going to get inside it. Love to get that lead up to 7 seconds if you could. It might well happen now. Yeah, there you go. 7.10 over Charles Crew, who's got similar distance, if not bigger now, over third place. He has. You can see visibly how big the gap is between second and third. We'll concentrate on our leader. His lead will be getting on for 8 seconds potentially. 7.41. It's creeping up, as indeed he is on completion of this race. So it will, when he gets back down the other end, be 10 to go. 8 to go for him. 200 meters to go for Luke Booth. 7.7 is now the advantage over Charles Crew. A much bigger gap between second and third. Oliver Pope still in third place for Thanet Swim. Fourth is Razvan Krimenescu. And then Jack Booth-Rudd in fifth. That's what everybody else is doing behind our leader, because we concentrated a lot on him, as we should. Because that lead is getting big proportions. First time it's over 8 seconds, 8.48 for Luke. He's going to lap another swimmer. I think he'd only lapped him once. Andrew McGuinness, I think it's the first time he's been lapped, the Basildon swimmer. Nearly done. Bell will be sounding pretty soon for our leader. And all the time, all he keeps doing is increasing that lead still further. 8.93. And a half a second taken out of the field. I think probably Charles Cruz realised. Time just to put a final burst in. Try and improve on that time. Here comes the bell to signify just 50 more meters to go for Luke Booth. Wow. Now, can he break 16? I think it's a bit too much to ask him to come back in 26. But that 16.25 will be consigned to history. Thinking maybe 16.03 or 4 potentially here. 16.03 perhaps. Come on, Luke. Finish it off. 16.04, 16.05, something like that anyway. 16.05.08. Should be happy with that. That's terrific. 16.05.08, fastest of the heat so far. Just checks up on the board to see. And he's won that by over 11 seconds from Charles Crew. There's still a race going on for somebody else behind him. Now a little bit of a wait before he can get out of the pool, but third place to Oliver Pope, fourth place to Razvan Grumenescu. 16.05.08 from a 16.25.48 is very good going for Luke. And he'll be absolutely, or should be absolutely thrilled with that. Heat number 5 of the 1500 meters freestyle. So let's run through the runners and riders for you. Max Russell of City of Sheffield goes in 0. 1 is Ivan Hart of Millfield. 2 is Thomas Wilkinson of City of Sheffield. 3, Samuel Grimes of the Best Club from Wigan. Lost to have Amos Starkey in 4. 5 is Ben Newell of Birmingham University. 6 is Thomas Defanes of Mount Kelly. 7 is Joseph Palmer of Nova Centurion. And 8, James Raw, Ellesmere College, 14-year-old, doing the 1500 here. And Jevon Penny of City of Manchester Aquatics. That is your lineup. Everybody is in place, everybody is racing, and just to give an idea of some of the times. Fastest in the field, but only just, is Amos Starkey with a 16:16:71. 16:16:75 for Ben Newell, so there's only 4 100ths of a second that separates them. And then there's 6:17, 6:19s, 6:18s, all scattered in there. In fact, I'm not sure I necessarily believe what I'm reading in terms of entry times here. You can see already there's quite a big differential between the swimmers. There's actually only something like 8 seconds between the fastest and slowest. And already there's something like 5 seconds difference between first and last in the 150. So take that with either a massive pinch of salt, or some might be converted times from a long course. This does happen, of course, occasionally with short course times. They are converted times. But we'll take it as read. I think that Ivan Hart's 15:21:91 from Millfield is the correct entry time, and he leads Tom Defanes of Mount Kelly by just 0.40. So far, we've pretty much had processions all the way through, haven't we? If you think about it. With Harry Hewitt's 16:12, and then Noah Jameson Neal's 16:07, and then Luke Booth's 16:05. They've all really been front runners out on their own with no competition. Though he's certainly giving them a race. They had to do it all by themselves. By the way, I've just been informed that the YouTube captions can be turned off. I think you're probably aware of this, but we do not generate those. They are generated automatically by YouTube. So if you're finding them either offensive or irritating or annoying or humorous or whatever you're finding them, and you actually don't want them, they can be turned off. Anyways, I wish you would. Just listen to the action and watch the action from Ponds Forge. But yeah, thank you for all the observations on the YouTube captions, the information they impart. Maybe I can get some commentary notes going forward for suggestions from what they say. Anyway, we are well into heat number 5 of the 1500 meters freestyle. I should also advise you, if you are on this channel and going, well, it seems to be all men so far, there will be a very good reason as to why that should be, because there's only men in this pool. The women are in the adjoining pool, South Pool if you like, and currently quite an interesting, in fact we're quite a long way into the 400 meters freestyle. So I think we're getting towards the cyclically seeded heats now, heat 12. Of the women's 400, so you will get the women's equivalent races on YouTube. There are 2 links, one for the men, that's one you're on, one for the women, so you want to see the likes at the moment of Emily Clark, for example, of Loughborough, or Evie Dilly of Stockton, rather. They are on the alternative feed from our second pool here, South Pool. Meanwhile, back at the main pool for the men, North Pool if you like. This is turning out to be a little bit more, not competitive, that's not the right word, but in terms of a race it certainly is. We're getting 3 people involved in this one, and it has changed hands already. Thomas Defanes of Mount Kelly, just with a lead. It's a very slender lead, however, as we get towards the just over a third of the way through this race. And it could just be a possibility of a blanket finish, like we saw in the first heat, to be honest. That was very competitive, and then after it's been pretty much one-way traffic. But top 3 separated by just a second here. Tom Defanes, Ivan Hart, and Ben Newell. Tom Defanes of Mount Kelly, Ben Newell from Birmingham University, and Ivan Hart from Millfield are the 3 swimmers at the front. And this one is, I say, it's already changed hands once in terms of the lead. Maybe we'll change hands potentially again. Defanes has now got 1.39 between him and the rest. Not tailed off yet either is Jevon Penny of City Manchester Aquatics in the outside lane. You see 4 of them, actually includes lane number 2, 5 of them really, all in our picture. If you haven't seen the last few races, we've seen one person way out on their own and a few other people straggling along behind, but this one's turning out to be a bit more of a race. Although it looks like Tom Defanes is looking like he doesn't really want to make this a race. He wants to make it another one where one swimmer's very much in charge. Let's see how big that lead is right now. It is up to 1.9, so it is increasing incrementally every 50. Outside lane is Jevon Penny, is right up there now with 31 laps to go. He's making his move, as indeed is Ivan Hart from Millfield. So Penny only 1.06 behind, so yes, Penny's making that move to try and potentially overhaul our long-time leader. Defanes will not have this all his own way. So there's still half the race to go for maybe 5 who potentially could come on to win this. There will be more jockeying for position before the end of it. And look at Penny coming right alongside our leader now. Lead is down to just a third of a second. And he might well be thinking, what time do I take this over if I have the ability to do so? And he may well have it for long. Jevon Penny from City of Manchester Aquatics entered in on 16:24.05, which is some 8 seconds slower than Amos Starkey and Ben Newell on paper, but not quite turning out that way. Amos Starkey's not having the greatest of days in lane number 4. Penny now does take the lead by 0.13 from Defanes. And alongside Tom Defanes is somebody who might just give him a run for his money. Ben Newell of Birmingham University in 3rd place. Still 4, I think 4, maybe 5 in the mix here, with the time remaining in this race, which is still going to be 22 laps when they come back down the far end. I still think there's a chance that we might get quite a concertina effect here, potentially. Jevon Penny is now heading the race. He's trying to open up a bit of an advantage and a gap over Defanes, but I'm also aware there are other swimmers with potential to get in the mix. So Jevon Penny, Tom Defanes, Ivan Hart now in third place. And Hart, again, looking like he's got quite a bit left in the tank to me. A swimmer in lane number 1 for Millfield. I think he's got some endurance. And certainly is one to watch, along with that centre lane of Ben Newell in 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, top 5 separated by 4 seconds. So 5 seconds to the top 5, in fact, ultimately, but that means we've still got a race on our hands because there's still another 20 lengths to go when they reach the scoreboard end. 18 lengths for the leaders soon. 10:50 gone. This means 450 yet remaining, and yes, that lead is 1.93. It's starting to open up just a little bit. Penny to the rest. Still a little bit time left, and there still seem to be quite strong swimmers in that top 4 sector. Penny, though, really has gone to his legs now. See those legs working relatively hard behind him. Not the flutter kick anymore. It's quite a bit of splash coming from behind Penny as he just gets a bit of extra momentum. 3 seconds now over Defanes with Hart in third. Maybe it will start to just open up a bit more for the top 3. I thought we might have a bit of a race, but potentially Penny is killing that off in the outside lane, which is to his advantage, of course. Doesn't really want to be in a sprint at the end. 12:23.29. Which means the gap is now 4 seconds virtually over Tom Defanes. And then Ivan Hart in Millfield, so looking pretty good for our leader from City of Manchester Aquatics. I'm sure they're thoroughly delighted with the way he's swum this race. Waited his time, bided his time, didn't get involved too early. And started to accelerate and started to put a bit of extra oomph into the swim to give him nearly a 5-second lead now over Tom Defanes. Another swimmer lapped by our leader. I say 18 years of age, got a good spread. James Raw in this field at 14 from Ellesmere College. Keep an eye and see what he's doing. He's in 8th place at the moment. Penny with 2:50 remaining. What kind of time could he be potentially looking at here? Entered in on 16:24. Be good to see somebody break that 16-minute barrier. Luke Booth was not a million miles away from it with a 16:05. That was a large slice taken over his PB as it was. Is there a potential here? Well, when we get to the bell, we'll know a little bit more. We can start doing those calculations. Penny, however, is not hanging around. He wants to get to the end as quickly as possible and opened up a 6.38 lead, but watch for the move being made by Ivan Hart. Ivan Hart is now right in the slipstream, or he would be if he was alongside him. A couple of lanes up of the second place swimmer. Gap between 1 and 2 is large. Gap between 2 and 3 is not. Gap between 2 and 3 is only now 4/100ths of a second between key players in this one. So key player overall is the one you're looking at the top of your screen. Jevon Penny, oldest, well, there are 3 18-year-olds in this field, so one of the oldest in the field. Mr. Faines kind of thought he might hold on to second place, but he's not been successful in that endeavour because Ivan Hart has gone into second place. The green cap at the bottom of your screen. It's nearly a 12, 13 metre lead for our leader, who will very soon hear the bell, and does. So 15:38. It's got to be looking at around about it. Well, kind of similar to what we saw from Luke Booth, I think. 16:05. Might say not going to break 16, but if we could get around 16:05 or 16:06, that would be pretty good. Just going to slip outside it to a 16:08. 49. But considering where he was in terms of his entry time, 16:24, that is good going. 16 seconds in the right direction. Ivan Hart takes his 16:21 down to a 16:17, and Thomas Defanes, who was on 16:19, is now a 16:17 swimmer. So all the top three have moved in the right direction. Jevon Penny with a very big, sizable chunk taken out of his PB, and James Raw, 16:42 for the youngster. A little bit slower than he would like. Found the pace a bit too much today to the Ellesmere College swimmer in lane number 8.
And next is the men's rule then, heat number 6.
So still Luke Booth's time, 16:05.08, is the fastest from heat number 4 from Rotherham Metro. Here comes heat number 6. Patrick Braddock of Oldham Aquatics, Josh Denholm of Newcastle, James Kay of Barnet Copthall. Mount Kelly provide us with Oliver Rowe in 3, Cameron Carlos of Barnet Copthall, so 2 from there, and 2 from Wickham District side by side. About 3 total in this race from Wickham. Daniel Cox, Luke Paulton, side by side 5 and 6. Jake Tompkins of Barnet, so 3 for them in 7. 8 is Lucas Staines of Wickham, and City of Manchester Aquatics, another one from there. Just had a winner from there, and Jevon Penny. Bailey Hairsine is in 9. Now, we were talking, or I was talking, probably to myself as I often do, about the lack of 800 and 1500 meters freestyle swimmers, both male and female to be honest, in this country, and which clubs are going to grasp the nettle and start bringing through those swimmers. Well, it does seem, if you look at the lineup here, for example, that Wickham District are actually one who are addressing that, trying to get some longer distance swimmers into not only their program but also trying to develop them. And Barnet, who provided some very good swimmers over the year. Remember, obviously, Sarah Price coming through Barnet Copthall years ago. She was a backstroke and not a distant freestyler, but they're looking obviously to produce. City of Manchester Aquatics are doing likewise. So there's not a bare cupboard particularly, but there needs to be some development. Obviously, it's going to take a little while to get these 15 and 16-year-olds through. Not everybody had the talent of David Davis in his teenage years. Maybe we think there was going to be a production line of the David Davises and Daniel Foggs and Becky Adlington and Jazz Carlings of this world. And we maybe took it for granted that there would be people just coming off the back of those swimmers. Hasn't really happened yet. And Stan Jervis is doing his level best for us. at 1500 level. I'm sure he would like some racing domestically and getting a few more swimmers in the mix just to push him on a bit and bring them on as well. So hopefully over this weekend, hopefully the races we're seeing today, we're seeing some swimmers who might potentially be in that breakout situation for 2022. Commonwealth Games coming next year. Probably too early for the World Champs. And it's good to see the progression and the work that's going in. So we had so many top flight, really excellent 1500 and 800 swimmers through the years. Even those who didn't quite make Olympic medals did very well on the international scene. Rebecca Cook, I recall, being particularly good for such a long time. And we just haven't quite got the amount of quality at that level yet, but there you go. Things are cyclical, and it may well come around again. And maybe we'll be able to identify some talent from this weekend that can be nurtured and moved forward for Paris and beyond. Maybe we're looking at some of these swimmers in terms of Los Angeles in 2028 rather than 2024. A long process to get a 1500 meters freestyle swimmer to the peak of condition. As say, the likes of Ian Thorpe, Grant Hackett, our own David Ayres, very hard to replicate that. You have effort and work you have to do, the processes you have to go through to get them to that standard. But there's some very talented swimmers out there who just maybe need a bit of an even break. Talking of which, let's have a look and see how well Lucas Staines of the aforementioned Wickham is doing. Daniel Cox is doing better than he, as his teammate at the front of the field, with Cameron Carlos of Barnet Copthall in second place. Let's turn to two lanes that we're looking at. Easy races to call for a commentator's point of view, not looking to different lanes because they are side by side, the top two at the moment in adjoining lanes 4 and 5. And Lucas Staines, actually sorry, he's in lane 8 up the top. Good at the centre and ignoring our man in lane 8, which I must not do because I'll get a slap on the wrist from Kev Brooks if that's the case. Lucas Staines, 17 years of age, 16:14 now. We should, in terms of the entry times from this collection of swimmers, be looking at somebody breaking 16, I think, today. Is it going to be Lucas Staines? Take it down from 16:14. These are the kind of years, 16, 17 as he is, where you do make massive strides and huge, great jumps down in time. So maybe today is his day to go sub 16 for the first time. I'm sure there will be whoops of delight and joy. That's the Wickham district team if he can manage to do that. And he's looking pretty good. Looking exceptionally solid at this stage. In the centre, his closest adversary is Cameron Carlos of Barnet, 1.78. There's a gap. So I'll pick up the gaps and see whether that's increasing or not. It's all fairly comfortable, if indeed 1500 freestyle could ever be described as comfortable for the swimmer in lane 8. 16:14.03 is the entry time supplied by Lucas Staines. Well, he'll be looking to get massively inside that. So Lucas Staines, 6:49.69, with Carlos in second place, 2.31 adrift. And it's Daniel Cox of Wickham, so Wickham 1 and 3 at the moment. The green caps. And a bit of a gap to the rest. I'll tell you who is where after this turn. We know where the leader is. No doubt about who is out in front. That is Lucas Staines. Gap of 2.79 now. Just a little increase. Then Daniel Cox in third. Oliver Rowe in fourth. Fifth is Bailey Hessine. 6 is Jake Tompkins. 7 is James Kay. Josh Denholm in 8th, and 9th is Patrick Braddock as things stand. 2.79 was the lead between our leader Lucas Staines and Cameron Carlos, and it stayed exactly the same, pretty much. Well, 1/10 of a second difference. Slight improvement, slight increase in the lead, but negligible really. Cameron Carlos will be keeping an eye on what's happening around him for third place. He's got second reasonably well sewn up at the moment, but they'll have enough in the tank, or enough in the finish to fight for the win over Lucas Staines. Looks unlikely. Daniel Cox in 5, so we keep him very close attention on him in the adjoining lane. I think Oliver Rowe starting to make a bit of a move in lane number 3. Watch out for him, trying to get into that second position. 3 of them now all going for the second, but the lead is still quite big. Well, I'm sorry the split times are slightly all over the place at the moment because it's leaving out the leader. So that shows you that Cameron Carlos is leading. He's not. The leader is at the top of the picture in lane number 8. So I think we're getting the right times most of the time. Just see what happens this time. There you go. That's more like it. So we can see Lucas Staines, 9:30.22, lead up to 4.47, but then look at the 3 together there. Carlos, Rowe, and Cox, all together. Literally all together on that turn. Nothing separating them. So the battle for second is a very entertaining and quite absorbing one. But the battle for first doesn't actually exist because Lucas Staines has got this, you'd think, pretty well nailed. But while the others are racing themselves, they might get a little bit closer. In fact, the lead is staying relatively similar, 5.09. Hard to see, though, as we are 2/3 of the way into this race, exactly how are they going to overtake Lucas Staines. But there is still plenty of time for them to do so, especially they're racing each other. They might be getting a bit quicker, but Staines doesn't seem to be getting any slower. The lead will prove that. It was 5.06. It is now 5.23. So little chunks, little slivers being taken out of the field by our leader. We might have a different second place swimmer now too, by the looks of things. All starting to change once again. Lane 3. Oliver Rowe. I did say we're starting to make a move. Has made a move, and he's made a move into second place now for Mount Kelly. Lead, though, still appreciable, still very big. Still, you might think, again, we're getting a strange one. That's obviously not Oliver Rowe leading. He's in second place. Getting some rogue times coming up on our screen, but all you need to do is keep an eye on the top of your screen. The man with the green cap, one from the top, is the one who's leading. There's a good scrap going on for second place, of that there is no doubt. Oliver Rowe and Daniel Cox having a nice battle with Cameron Carlos being in the sandwich. But that's ignoring the time of our leader, so I'll keep trying to give you that off the main scoreboard if it doesn't show up on there. Could be a Wickham 1-2 here, potentially. Right, coming up for another turn. Another 50 completed. Yeah, we're getting it this time. Lucas Staines with 3:50 to go. 12:11:20. Well, he's got a good chance, potentially, of making it inside 16. In fact, I think he's got a more than a good chance. I think he's going to do it. I think that 16-minute barrier is going to be broken by him. He needs to slow down quite considerably not to get there. I think we're looking at high 15s here. Are we not? Sure we are. Yeah. High 15s potentially here for the Wickham swimmer. Looking good on the far side in lane number 8 and not relinquishing that advantage either. Luke Staines turns 10. So 12 to go. It was when he turned that time for Lucas Staines. And it is now almost a Wickham 1-2. Not quite, because Oliver Rowe is hanging on for Mount Kelly. Keep an eye on the scrap for second place. That is certainly not resolved yet, as the leader most certainly is. Up at the top of the picture, the 6.5 lead. That is not going to go in very quick time, if indeed at all. And he is looking at most definitely a first sub-16 swim here. So we'll have to go terribly wrong for it not to be the case. 150 to go for the 17-year-old from Wickham District. And the question is, how far inside 16 can he potentially get? Anything high 15s would be good, because that would be a massive improvement. And he'll get the bell very soon. 4 to go. Four lengths. So 100 meters to go. Now if he cracks on here, there is a high 15s to come. We'll wish him well and wish him all the best in that endeavor. Still that encounter between Oliver Rowe and Daniel Cox continues. Here comes the bell. Right, 50 meters. Piece of cake. 16 minutes should be broken here. Should be inside 16 for the first time. Very exciting time for a 1500 meters freestyle swimmer to get into the 15s. Means you're starting to get towards world class when you get there. And Lucas Staines has a chance to be in the high 15s. 55 potentially here. Won't be too far outside it. 15:55:38. Well done. Great stuff. Real breakthrough swim for Lucas Staines. 15:55:38. Oliver Rowe doesn't quite break the 16-minute barrier. Daniel Cox in third place, but that is a massive new PB short course for Lucas Staines, taking it down from 16:14 to 15:55. So well done, Lucas Staines. First of our swimmers to be inside 16, the first time he's been there himself.
Gentlemen, there will be a slight delay in the men's pool. Swimmers, please feel free to put your clothes back on.
Heat number 12. Ladies, heat number 13.
Apologies for the delay in the men's pool now. Heat number 7.
Yeah, apologies for that. Bit of a delay. Won't go into too many details as to why that might have been, but we are ready to go for heat number 7 of 9. So heat's number 7 of the 1500 meters freestyle for men. Remember, or a reminder to you, that if you want to see the women's events, they are taking place on our other YouTube stream. At the moment, showing the women's 100 meters individual medley, up to heat 13 on that. Finals will be at 5:30 today. They were originally scheduled for 5, but they now will be at 5:30. So, want to see the finals? All the finals will be in one pool, all in the main pool, which is the one that we're showing you here. And all of those will be underway at 5:30. Right, let's go through the competitors for heat number 7 of the 1500. Sean McCann of City of Leicester goes in 0. 1 is Elijah Kendrick of Plymouth Leander. Max Adams of City of Salford in 2. Timothy Lebert of Beckenham, the Burl, I should say. Got that right. 4 is Michael Adney of Wickham District, another 1500 swimmer from Wickham. Oscar Dodds of Ellesmere in 5. Patrick Meggitt of the city of Hereford. The reason I just paused there, hesitated slightly, is he's 33. So you're a 33-year-old doing 1500 freestyle, and why not? Comes the answer. George Pearson of Wickham, the other end of the scale, 15 years of age, going in 7. Aidan Mitchell of Bath University going in 8. And Alexander Volkovoy of City of Salford is in 9. So we've had 150 of this 1500. Michael Adney of Wickham. So we are seeing some depth from Wickham, and indeed from Wigan earlier on as well, from Wigan Best. But it's Wickham we're concentrating on here, and the Wickham swimmers who are certainly coming to the fore in this 1500 metres freestyle. And this one in particular is Michael Adney in lane number 4. So the early pace. See whether they can keep it going. Max Adams of City of Salford in second place, and Oscar Dodds of Ellesmere. So we're talking about the youngsters coming through. 18-year-old Michael Adney, 15-year-old Oscar Dodds, and also 15-year-old George Pearson. So there is some youth coming through in the 1500. Of course, these days there's a bit more of an incentive, and sometimes swimmers think more in terms of the 5K, 10K, 25K open water rather than the 1500. Not maybe so attractive these days. Some people combine the two, Toby Robinson being a good case in point. We'll see him coming up in the final heat in lane number 4. But swimmers these days, a lot of the good 1500 metres freestyle swimmers of the past, now kind of almost straight to open water, which means that this particular discipline, this particular length of swimming, sometimes get a tad devalued. Those are the great Kieran Perkins and Grant Hackett, and our own David Davis, who I was mentioning, and of course Graham Smith, Ian Wilson for him, all of recent memory. All great swimmers in their own right. David Davis did go, as we know, to open water. Converted from a 1500 metres freestyle swimmer in 2004 to Beijing when he went to open water. It's happening quite a lot more these days. So Michael Adney keeps it going. A 2.39 advantage now over the rest of the field. And he's another swimmer who'll be looking to get through that 16-minute barrier. He's pretty close to it as it is. 16:02.00 was his entry time. I say was, because I think he'll be smashing that and going well inside it if he continues on the course he is. At the moment he's on course for low 15s. He won't beat that, of course, but we'll keep an eye. He's repping at a decent rate. So if he kept going at this kind of rate all the way through, that would be an immense chunk taken off his time. I think maybe optimistic to think he could get that all the way down there, but looking pretty good and looking very decisive and very compact at the moment. 450, opening up that 2.69 lead, which is just increasing with a 0.3 every 50 currently. And as I say, they obviously are doing, without blowing their trumpets about it too much, bringing through some more than decent 1500 metres freestyle swimmers in Wickham now. There seems to be quite a plethora of them from what we've seen today, and this one is doing particularly well. He being Michael Adney, 3.17 ahead of everybody else. The next one in line is Max Adams of City of Salford. And they have 2 swimmers in this race. Alexander Volkovoy in lane 9. Having seen Lucas Daines go under 16 minutes, great incentive for his teammate to do likewise here. He hasn't got quite so far to go in terms of his entry time either. Michael Anthony, 18 years of age, from Wickham, 16:02 at entry time. More importantly, in terms of this race, he's right on course for something well inside 16. It's actually nearer 15:30 than 16 if he goes at this kind of pace. No signs of him easing up. Well, he would do, of course, in the 1500 anyway, but no sign of the splits changing. It'd be interesting to just check the splits, maybe. Get an idea what he's repping at the moment per 100. Certainly a big gap opening up here. Right, so that's 7:12:47. That's what he's repping in terms of his hundreds now. It's still on course for about a 15:35 potentially here, which would be a massive chunk. That would take him into the reckoning to get kind of towards Commonwealth Games times, I'd say, 15:35. Won't be too, well, certainly without a great deal of depth in English 1500, because our main 1500 meter swimmer now is Welsh. So that will open up some English spots, maybe for this man. So, 7:12:47. Let's see what this 100 split is for Michael Anthony. It's going to be 15:07. So he's doing about 63 rep at the moment. 63 rep. Well, it's definitely going to be inside 16. I would hope if he speeds up a little bit, he might get into the 1540s low. Maybe being optimistic with 15:35, but certainly 15:40 I think is within his compass. And that lead still looks very strong and very solid. 6.89 is the lead. 8:15:79. Let's see what he comes back in here. I'll be hoping 62 maybe. So he doesn't want to be easing up. Still 63. Ooh, a little bit more actually. He's gone 63.5. So he's slowing down a little in the centre part of the race, which means I'm slightly adjusting that final time for him, but certainly well inside 16. Looking in the 1640s now. Let's see what he does in terms of coming back in the second half of the race. See how he splits it. I think it's too much now unless somebody comes with a flying burst, and that's unlikely. He's going to win it. Bradley, 18 years of age. The great products of Wickham and District. Kev Brooks and the team. And also in the field is George Pearson, who's 15 years of age, also with a green cap up there in lane number 7. Right, what are we looking at here? 10:22. Yeah, it's still around 63 or so, 63.5. Might be able to find a little bit more in the tank towards the end, potentially here. So I was hoping for 15:40. But looks like to err on the optimistic side. So that is 10:50 gone. So he comes back at 1100. 10 seconds is now the advantage for our leader over the rest, with Max Adams in second and Oscar Dodds in third. Aiden Mitchell is fourth. Fifth is Elijah Kendrick. Sixth, Alexander Volkovoy and Patrick Medjit in seventh. Right, where are we time-wise? 11:26. 11:26. 4 lots of 63. That's 12. Yeah, I think it almost certainly a 15:40 is on the cards here. I'd like to think of 15:37 or 8, maybe. Especially if he just quickens up. But I'm going for a 15:40 here for our leader. He doesn't let. Well, we won't let anybody down with this swim, but just me doing my calculations of 15:40 for Michael Anthony, who is still making great strides and just increasing that lead. It's going to be probably near 11 seconds perhaps when the green-capped swimmer comes back to this end. Yeah, I'm sticking with my 15:40 prediction. It might actually be erring on the side of caution a bit here. Yeah, let's stick with that. Let's stick with a 15:40. Hadley has a big lead. In fact, it may, yeah, just about appeared on our screen. 11.11 second lead over the rest, with Max Adams in second, Oscar Dodds third, 4 Elijah Kendrick, 5 is Aiden Mitchell, 6 is Patrick Medjit, and Alexander Volkovoy now in 7th. So 12:50, 2:50 to go for our leader. Has been our leader all the way through. I really think he's going to his legs now, so let's see how close we get to my 15:40 prediction. I think it looks relatively secure at this stage, because I think he's just wanting to finish this off in style, go as quickly as he can, just to eat into those extra seconds potentially. Yes, 15:41, 42, something like that. It's going to be in that region. It's going to be in that region. Hasn't broken 16 before short course, Michael Anthony. Today will be the day. Just a question of how many seconds he can get inside. Bell coming shortly for our leader. Just another 6 to go. 50 meters. There's also maths is not my strong point, but I'm still going after a 15:40 finish, or 15:41, 42 maybe for Michael Anthony here. 100 to go. And obviously next time he comes back, he'll hear the bell, and maybe that will give him just that little sprint finish to take him around 15:40, 15:42, I think is my potential estimate now for this. Moving the goalposts and adjusting my sights on this, but let's have a look. I'll have to come back in about 30. I don't think he's going to quite do that. So 15:45. So it's remaining on the optimistic side for Michael Anthony. So it's not going to quite be 15:40, 15:45 or thereabouts for our winner. He has been our winner for a long, long time in this race. Come on, come on. Yes! Oh, goodness me. I'm a second out. That's not bad, is it? 15:41. I said 15:40, didn't I? Don't know quite how I came up with that, but I did. 15:41.50 is the final time for Michael Anthony. Max Adams gets inside 16 as well for the first time, as does Oscar Dodds in third place. All of them were in the 16:02s or that region. And 3 of them have managed to climb down below 16 minutes. So, yeah, 15:41. Good stuff, Michael Anthony. That really does lift him up standings and gives him a chance, gives him a real chance over the next few months to get into territory that will get him potentially into the Commonwealth Games. You start getting into low 15s and you become very competitive. And he's getting that way. 15:41 is a top time.
In the men's pool at the final heat, heat 8.
So final heat this time round, we will have heat number 9 in the evening session as the fastest heat. So heat number 8 will be the last one this time round before we take the break. Alexander Cooper of Wickham District in 0, Ruben Visder of City of Sheffield in 1, Isaac Dodds, Ellesmere College in 2, Thomas Davidson of City of Birmingham in 3, Adam Hall, Loughborough University in 4, Matthew Woodall, City of Sheffield in 5, Liam Dawson of Royal Wolverhampton in 6, Jackson O'Rourke of Northampton in 7, 8 is Loughborough University's Thomas Sansom, and Harry Wynne-Jones of City of Milton Keynes. Now Harry Wynne-Jones did a swim-off not so long ago, as I recall, did he not? Harry Wynne-Jones was in there with a swim-off, and here he is in the 1500 metres. Yeah, eventful day for the City of Milton Keynes swimmer. Adam Hall of Loughborough leads, but it's a very tight start in terms of the top 3 or 4. Might all be tracking each other. So when we get to the fastest heat, which will be in the final later, we'll see the likes of Toby Robinson and Luke Turley, William Bell, Daniel Whiffin. Kieran Bird will be representing Wickham. He's down in Bath these days. He'll be representing them. We'll see Serios Giannis and Joshua Weston. So yeah, plenty of Wickham and Loughborough involvement in that. Also Tyler Melbourne Smith. Got a busy program tonight. It's Tyler Melbourne Smith who's swimming a couple of times and will be in the 1500 fastest heat, and Thomas Trebilcock of Plymouth Leander will be in there too. As for this one, Adam Hall is our leader at 200. Half a second advantage over Thomas Sansom, with Liam Dawson in 3rd place. So all of these swimmers that we're looking at here, and indeed all the ones that we'll look at in the fastest heat, have gone inside 16. When we get to heat number 9, some have gone under 15, including Luke Turley, Danny Whiffin, and Kieran Bird. Funny enough, I thought say Kieran Bird had, but Kieran Bird has not actually gone under 15 for short course yet. Just to bear in mind with the times I was mentioning earlier on for Michael Anthony, they are short course, so when you convert them, it's more like a 16 minute or a bit over, but do you know what? That's a big improvement, and if he can get down to that kind of time long course, which is very much within his compass, I think, then potentially there's a thought of Commonwealth Games to come. Actually not quite sure where Michael's from. He may not even be English, but he might be Welsh, might be Scottish, but chance that he might get a look in for one of the teams for the Commonwealth Games next year. Back to this one. Adam Hall, oldest in the field at 20 for Loughborough. He is leading at 3:50. Hasn't broken the field open so far because Tom Sampson of Loughborough, top of the picture. His teammate is very close by.
Finalists in the junior final are Sophie King from Woking, Jane Kershaw
This will be 400 metres, 1100 to go, and Adam Hall gets in on a 15:38.33, which is the fastest in the field by about 3 seconds. So he should be on paper 3 seconds quicker than everybody else, but his teammate at the top, Thomas Sampson, who is 11 seconds slower on entry time, is not reading the script and is tracking him as he can from 4 lanes away, all the way. 0.53 is the advantage. Liam Dawson in 3rd place, and it is Jackson O'Rourke of Northampton. I think I was told about 10 swimmers that the Northampton team have here this weekend, including the wonderful Betsy Wizard, who we'll get to see a little later on. 500 metres. Even with my bad maths, I know that's a third of the way done for the man in lane number 4, Adam Hall. Let's look how tight it is now between the two Loughborough swimmers. One in the blue jammers, one in the black at the top. And they are side by side. Going to go over virtually together in synchro. 0.15. There's a nice inter-Loughborough scrap going on at the front. Liam Dawson, Royal Wolverhampton, trying to swim his own race in 3rd. But then there's a phalanx of swimmers all very close together, so this has got a little bit more racing about it than some of the other ones we've seen today. So we might change hands a few times between the two Loughborough swimmers. Adam Hall, is he taking it back? Not quite. 0.35 behind Thomas Sampson. 18-year-old taking on a 20-year-old. 0.35, the gap. A bit of a gap to those behind, but that's changing all the time. See with maybe Sheffield swimmer close to us here, Ruben Visder. See if Sheffield might work his way through the field. Well, he's back in 4th place, I think, 4th or 5th. It's Adam Hall, Liam Dawson, Jackson O'Rourke, then Ruben Visder, then Isaac Dodds, actually top 6. Top 2, very little to choose between them. So it could change hands again very soon. With Adam Hall, I'm sure aware what his teammate is doing as he takes the lead back over again. Only by 1/100th, but he has. Liam Dawson in 3rd. Then it's Jackson O'Rourke. Ruben Visder, 5 seconds behind our leader. As we get towards halfway. Next time they come up the far end, it will be 30 lengths of this pool. That will be the halfway stage. Still very little to separate the two Loughborough swimmers. It was 0.01, it's now 0.10. So barely changed on that 50. Question is, can anybody else in the chasing pack get close? Liam Dawson is the closest, about 3 seconds back. Is Loughborough against Loughborough. The 3rd place is pretty much up for grabs at the moment. Currently held by Liam Dawson of Royal Wolverhampton. It's about 9/10 ahead. Jackson O'Rourke and Ruben Visder in 5th place. Stroke rate almost exactly the same for these two Loughborough swimmers, but just a bit of an advantage opening up now for Adam Hall. Not a big one, it's only half a second, but decided that now's the time to just put a little bit more impetus into the swim, which means that There needs to be some response from Thomas Sansom on the far side. He's not losing a lot of ground, losing a bit though, as everybody else starts to move towards the top two. Still a ways to go yet. Liam Dawson might fancy his chances. There's plenty of time yet. That's 600 metres. I'm looking at the gap. It's down to 5, pretty much between our leader and third place. When it starts getting down into the 3s and 2s, then we might have potentially a race on our hands, but a race involving the 2 Loughborough swimmers at the moment. Trying to work out how many swimmers we're going to get. Around 15, 40 or 30. How's that gap looking? Yeah, it's about the same. Liam Dawson 4.1 behind our leader. Our second, separating the 2 Loughborough swimmers now, but there's definitely a bit of a race going on for third, which will increase the pace. Two-thirds gone. Adam Hall from Thomas Sansom. Woodall in third. Liam Dawson now 4.25 adrift. It's very controlled races by Adam Hall. Not getting too giddy or too excited when he was just briefly overtaken by Thomas Sansom, but he's got that race back under control as far as he's concerned. 1.43 separating the 2 Loughborough swimmers. Matthew Woodall, Sheffield's moved into third now, head of Liam Dawson. Red cap of the Sheffield swimmer showing just ahead in third place. Liam Dawson, who looked to be the main challenger to the top 2, is no longer the main challenger because Matthew Woodall, with a 15:41.23 to his name, is now moving into third place. So it's Dawson 4th, 5th is Jackson O'Rourke, 6th is Ruben Visder, dropped back a place, 7th is Isaac Dodds, and Harry Wynne Jones is in 8th. Towards the conclusion of this, another 350 to go for our leader. Closest time, by the way, that previous heat, Michael Adderley's 15:41. Well, Adam Hall has been 15:38, so you'd expect him to be there or thereabouts, and maybe go a little bit quicker today. He's certainly keeping a very respectable distance between himself and his Loughborough teammate now. And, there's possibilities that maybe one of the chasing pack can get second place here. 2.4 now the advantage for Adam Hall. Yeah, third little group there, not really making any noticeable improvement in terms of tracking down second place, but our leader is about to, or just has lapped Thomas Davidson of City of Birmingham. 2.51. That's comfortable lead to not quite sit on, but say to work on. Last 250 for the rest of the 2 Loughborough swimmers. Now, Matthew Woodall looks to be putting in a little bit of extra effort here. I wonder whether he's decided whether the lead might be out of his range. Maybe second place is not. Adam Hall turns with 200 to go, 13:32. So certainly a 15:30 in prospect here. Could he get 15:30? 15:30 is certainly not out of reach. 15:30 low, 15:31.32, something like that. Definitely within range. I'm looking see, yeah, definitely 15:30, I would think. 150 to go. I think it's out of the range of possibilities. Adam Hall of Loughborough really keeping stroke rate and everything well together. His Loughborough teammate Thomas Sansom has held on to second for a long time. Did very briefly take the lead. It was only briefly. Matthew Woodall has got 100 meters to catch Thomas Sansom. He'll try, and he is certainly getting closer to the Loughborough swimmer. Now watch that for second place. Second place might be where the real interest in this race lies now. Now, leader will be our winner, but second place is going to be a little bit of a scrap potentially between Thomas Sansom and Matthew Woodall. He's got another 50 meters. Can he reel him in? 2.49 between the leader and second. That's not going to change, but second place, thought it might. Thought it might. Matthew Woodall's doing everything he can to try and catch Thomas Sansom at the top of the screen. Needs to be a good turn to give him a chance. Not sure he's quite got enough in the locker. He hasn't, but he's not going to be too far shy of him, you know, at the end. Just needed a bit longer. Whoa, this is tight. Only 28 100s, 38 100s between them in the end. Just didn't quite time his finish well enough. Or that could have been second place, but it's a new PB anyway for Adam Hall. Slipped into the 15:37 range, so slipped into it, slipped inside 15:38, which was his previous best. So that's a new short course PB for Adam Hall, as it is for Tom Sampson, as it is for Matthew Woodall, and I think it is for Liam Dawson as well. 15:46, yeah, 15:44. So all the top four have done great new times. So in number 9, we will see in the final session, which is at 5:30. We have about 50 minutes then for you to go and have a coffee, powder your nose, do whatever you want to do, and we will be back here at Ponds Forge for the final session. There will be some cracking finals. If it's anything like the heats we've seen today, the finals will be superb. So all the action will restart at Ponds Forge 5:30, and I look forward to your company then. See you in about 50 minutes.